So this is the brand new Rogue Trader. It is not out. Yeah, we're in with the Owlcats Insider program. So the studio that makes this, they made Kingmaker, Pathfinder Kingmaker, and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteousness, which I'm actually playing through kind of off stream right now, and really loving. They're fantastic. I think they're best described as like Baldur's Gate style games. Yeah, in that vintage vein. But they're CRPGs, so kind of like turn-based RPG strategy. Deep, interesting dynamics between like characters, plot lines, the decisions that you make like echo through huge chunks of the game often. And they got a hold of the 40K license. I decided to make a Rogue Trader game. Rogue Trader was an old school tabletop RPG system as well, like Dungeons and Dragons style system, in the same way that like Pathfinder is. And their other games are really good. They're really fun. And when I heard that this was coming out, we watched this trailer at, man, what was it? Like Gamescom? I don't think it was the PC Gamer Showcase. It was the Warhammer event. It was the Skulls for the Skull Throne event, or I guess it's called Warhammer Skulls now. They announced this there, and we were super stoked about it, like unbelievably so. And I reached out to Owlcat, and they started up a partner program, so I snuck in there. There's a couple. You'll see a couple of the Total War people are all kind of also in the program as well. And but it's nice, man. They're a great studio. They really like streamers. Carnage voiced a character in the last game. He's been checking out the game in early access as well. And they're really responsive. Their Discord server is like really nice. It's full of developers and modders and all sorts of people. I really like them as a studio. I have for a very long time. So Rogue Trader's a 1D100 system. Okay, there you go. Swat the cool systems here at the game, also space combat. Who did co-voice it? Co-voice is one of the protagonists in the Wrath of the Righteousness. So I think he's the optimist voice. It's like optimist or positive. So you can actually have your main character be Co. So this is like an alpha slice. So we're not getting right from the start of the game. We're getting like, I think it's like 7 levels in, and we just get like a chunk of the game here. We could be the male or the female Rogue Trader. I guess let's be this guy with the big ass mustache because it's hard not to. And I'm gonna just play on normal since we're just doing a sneaky peeky today. And the difficulties of these games are brutal. Music so far, very good. Very good stuff so far. Koronus Expanse, von Valenkus flagship. Dossier 17KB on candidate for succession. Data compiled by Lotus Servitor Gnosi 84. Start of 17KB, compiled and processed on the order of the most gracious Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius. Candidate satisfies the consanguinity criteria, bears kinship to the Lord Captain in the 7th degree from a dynastic offshoot of the Sectaris sector. Current location of progenitors not specified. Dynastic? Gender, male. This is the character creator, okay. Occupation before requisition. A voidship captain in the Imperial Navy. Officer Perfectus Commissar of the Astra Militarum. Or a leader of an unspecified criminal organization. Data expunged due to reputational considerations. Oh my god. We could be a war captain, a criminal war captain. So voidship captain, basically a foot grunt commander. Or crime boss. You know what? Let's go. I want to go crime boss. I feel like probably Our rogue trader run is going to be very chaotic when we do it. Other games have launched with lots of bugs. Yes, yeah. Other stuff not an issue, just be aware. Yeah, that's I waited to play Wrath of the Righteousness for like over a year because I was just like, no, I'll just wait for some things to get patched out. All right, let's go with the leader of an unspecified criminal organization. It's crime time. Planet of birth and circumstance of early life. Imperial world Voldris the Sixth. Markedly loyalist upbringing, developed leadership, diplomatic skills, in-depth knowledge of imperial history and culture. Becomes a leader, career focused on commanding and assisting allies. Feudal world, Fort Kamgarat. Primitive cultural environment, notable physical and athletic attributes, heightened awareness of surroundings. Becomes a fighter, career focused on melee combat. A forge world, Adeptus Mechanicus planet, strong intellectual and endurance capabilities, profound knowledge of sacred tech and Medicae. Skills and single target damage, becomes an adept. Or Fortress world, militaristic planet on the edge of the Imperium, basic combat training with a Medicae course and additional instruction in demolition. Soldier, shooting and positioning. Soldier, adept, fighter, leader. I mean, we were a crime boss. Obviously, there's a part of me that's just liking the idea of like, what if we just came from a feudal world? What if this was just our character from Mountain Blade being thrown into the 40k universe? Knights with laser guns is the sick aesthetic. At the Lord Captain's request, the most significant episode in the candidate's biography that demonstrates his personal qualities and performance under pressure has been highlighted. Based on the collected data, this is items received: chainsword, las pistol, autogun. An uprising on the 8th city of the Hive World's Casta Primus. An attack by a pirate armada on the Pleasure World. A major criminal incident involving voidships assigned to the Astra Militarum. Obviously, it's got to be a major criminal incident. We're crime time. While the details have been expunged from the archives, the fragments of information that remain make it possible to reconstruct an account of these events. Evidence indicates that one of the Astra Militarum regiments was using Imperial Navy vessels assigned to it in order to ship contraband cargo. The candidate was involved in the illegal enterprise, acting as an intermediary between the Astra Militarum elite and crime barons from the fringes of the sector. Exploiting the situation, the candidate increased his own personal wealth many times over, capitalizing on both sides' ignorance of the true value of the cargoes under discussion, or found a way to intercept the cargo at a void harbor and steal it with the assistance of an unidentified third party. Ooh, both of these are good crime times. I mean, if I'm an intermediary between the crime barons and the Astra Militarum, why would I steal my own stuff? Why don't we increase our personal wealth many times over? Notable qualities exhibited when acting in difficult or ambiguous circumstances. Initiative, social manipulation skills, extensive knowledge of the financial aspects of road tradership. The qualities exhibited are deemed to be valuable and desirable in a potential successor to the Lord Captain. The candidate's profile has been deemed worthy of submission to the most gracious Lord Captain for further appraisal. With regards to the requisition of the candidate from his current position to serve the needs of the illustrious Van Valancius dynasty, the final decision rests with the most gracious Lord Captain. Several weeks have passed since that day. Theodora von Valancius perished. On that ill-fated date, the rogue trader's voidship was attacked by madmen, hungry to capture the dynasty's prized possession, the Warrant of Trade. It certifies the rights of the rogue trader across the galaxy. Fortunately for the thousand of lives who depend on their master, Lady Theodora's heir and now ruling von Valancius, Lord Rogue Trader, fought off the villains that protected the dynasty's sacred relic. I love that his name is Rogue Trader. In his efforts to carry out Lord Theodora's last assignment, Rogue Trader came up with a monstrous plot, which ultimately led to the death of the Imperial world, Rykad Minoris. By the God Emperor's will alone did the Rogue Trader escape with his life, when Rykad's star mysteriously vanished, leaving cold darkness in its wake. One last desperate push and the Imperium mantle hid the fleeing souls from the pursuing enemy. However, Testing trials still lie ahead. After several weeks in the warp, the rogue trader found himself on the fringes of his trade empire, amidst scattered worlds now lost in the cold void at the whim of the roiling warp. The Lord Captain must forge new routes of planets conquered in the past and fulfill one of the covenants of the warrant of trade to restore that which has been lost. Rogue traders rule many worlds? Yes. PC is fairly high level, yeah. And this is not the beginning of the campaign either. This is like partway through. Lord Captain, allow me to report our journey through the warp is coming to an end. Lady Navigator Orsilio informs me that we've reached the point where we can translate to real space in the fur abundance system. You can't see, but we got this handsome boy in the back. Handsome mustache daddy. The fur abundance system is home to Footfall, the only Imperium outpost with a functioning wharf in the Koronus Expanse. The tech priests are begging you to have mercy on the machines worn down by the warp and allow the servants of the Omnissiah to heal the void ship's wounds in the dock. Prayers and rituals will take a few days, in which your astropathic choir will use to establish a connection with the prime worlds of your trade empire, Dargonus, Janus, and Kiava Gamma. We've already received a message that was previously adrift in the Imperium. Master Zachary Weiss has reported receiving an invitation. The Liege of Footfall, I keep wanting to say football, humbly requests an audience with a rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. According to Master Zachary, the message was tinted with shades of pleading. Apparently, the Liege is anxious to meet as soon as possible. A place where sin and sanctity go hand in hand. Reverend Hieromonius Dolorosa will most likely expect a visit from me. I imagine he'll be interested in talking to you as well, rogue trader. I will be leaving your void ship when we arrive on Footfall. Once that is done, consider the Lord Inquisitor's task complete. That looked like a battle sister and an Inquisitor. Heinrichs produces a small device wrapped in velvet. I was supposed to deliver this to Lady Theodora, but considering the circumstances, I am giving it to you. This is an Elucator, a sacred machine that can translate the languages of distant and lost worlds to Imperial Gothic. Maybe even capable of handling Xeno languages up to a point. Settings the Koronus Expanse. Yeah. It's Megabuzz. Are you leaving us, Heinrich? The arrangements between the Lord Inquisitor and your predecessor was that I was to be transported to Footfall and no further. Who is this guy who wants to talk to me? The head of the Drusian mission on Footfall. And one of the most prominent clergymen in the sector. Paying him a visit is a good thing for any loyal servant of the Emperor to do. I assisted his mission before I joined Lady Theodora on her voyage. I need his blessing to complete the new rogue trader. To accompany the new rogue trader. If you wish to have me aboard your void ship, I request that we meet with him. Tell me about the system we're landing in. Valuable due to the close proximity to the Maw, the gateway to the Imperium. System is mostly known for Footfall, the main base for merchant, privateers, and rogue traders. Additionally, the star system is orbited by an Adeptus Mechanicus station. I had the honor of tending to the shrine for a few thousand cycles. I suggest you abstain from visiting it, as most tech brothers at the station are engaged in meditative calculations that should not be interrupted. Okay, so we have like it looked like an ex-Inquisitor, a sister, an AdMech priest. This guy looks like he's just like a servitor. Abelard. Adelhard? Oh, I love that this guy's name is so close. This guy looks like some sort of Imperial captain, maybe? Not to mention pirate hideouts, smuggler caches, and forts belonging to a dozen different factions. In the Koronus Expanse, the Imperium relies on this as an outpost. The fringes of humanity's domain rarely resemble its central worlds, but as long as Footfall serves the God Emperor, it will be considered a citadel of the Imperium. Though its tithes are underwhelming, to say the least. Developed its own rules and customs. Many of the goods that can be procured there would be considered heresy in the heart of the Empire, enough to warrant summary execution. As soon as we solve the issues plaguing the ships and establish contact with the key worlds of the Trade Empire, time will come for your official ceremony of donning the mantle of the Rogue Trader. Cool. The Liege of Footfall, Vladium Tokara, is a very peculiar young man. Considering your upcoming conversations of baptism of fire in Footfall's political arena, such things are not spoken out loud, but he is appointed by the largest robber baron crime syndicate. Oh, we're going to get along great with this guy. They specialize in the cold trade, trading of Xeno commodities and artifacts. Abelard is probably my seneschal. They handle the money and logistics. Oh, okay. He looks like it could be. Footfall, previously run by a liege who did business with several criminal factions at once, but he suffered an accident. The reins of power were picked up by this guy, whose appointment not only benefits the criminal guy, but also their most powerful ally, the rogue trader, Caligos Winterscale. Doesn't beat around the bush, play mind games. Perhaps most importantly, he is no fool. You are a rogue trader. You stand above him in status and wield considerable power. Having said that, history has seen cases where the barons have crossed swords with rogue traders and emerged victorious. Vile tech thieves. Why does he want to see me so badly? He wishes to meet with the rogue trader of the dynasty. Tokara does not know about Lady Theodora's death and is simply seeking an audience with the powers that be. Something must be very wrong on Footfall if our astropath managed to read such strong emotions. Tell the Lady Navigator I give her leave to make the transition from the warp into real space. Vigdis begins issuing instructions and the massive ship appears to change with her every word. The bridge is set in motion as hundreds of people start to prepare for the shift to real space, and measured chanting fills the corridors to safeguard the vessel and its crew. One more thing, Lord Captain. No one at the station knows about Lady Theodora's demise and you inheriting the title. Liege Tokara will be informed. It is required so we can use the dock. And besides, he's expecting a personal audience with the rogue trader, and he will not meet with an unknown person of unclear standing. There's still the matter of announcing your arrival. You can arrive at the station with the proper pomp and ceremony, or choose to visit it incognito. How will these choices benefit me? Rogue traders enjoy special privileges that exceed even the power of the liege. Not everyone chooses to take advantage of them. Arriving incognito will give you more room to maneuver, while an official visit will allow you to directly intervene in local affairs. Every rogue trader arriving at the station has the right to veto any of the liege's decisions. But there's a catch. The Koronus Expanse is home to several influential rogue traders, and Footfall is where their interests intersect. Does not prevent certain persons, namely Winterscale, from subtly pulling the strings in Footfall. If you as a new rogue trader start your career with an official landing and a parade in your honor, the other dynasties may see this as a gesture of a newcomer challenging their spheres of influence. Old Man Winterscale may take slight offense. Corda will be put on her guard, but you have just risen to prominence, and the most people in the Koronus Expanse have not even heard about her departure yet. Must be made clear that the banner of Von Valancius soars as high as ever. Heinrich, if I may, I would recommend arriving incognito. Plenty of opportunities to savor the sweetness and the burden of power. Right now is the last time you can take refuge in obscurity. Your arrival will not draw attention, and the people will treat you as a person and not the almighty sovereign anointed by the Emperor. Let's go incognito. We're crime time. It's the right thing. It feels correct. This guy. All right. Great looking ship. Good glasswork. So I guess this is our throne. Our giant command throne. It's hilarious to me that even a spaceship would use like this classic pirate wheel. It doesn't seem like the best way to navigate three-dimensional space. You know, on a sea where you can only really go left and right, it makes more sense. But how does this go up and down? Map of the Koronus Expanse. So I guess basically this alpha probably just takes place across Footfall. Ooh. Oh yeah, and here's our little ship. We just Zoom on over. Oh, cool. Void Dock Alpha Row. Shadow Quarters, the Martyr's Endurance, the Liege's Residence, the Atrium. I guess I'm taking you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you. I'm curious what her team consists of, who it's made of. I probably should have explored the ship a little bit more there, but it's okay. Like the look of the navigator, yeah, with the third eye. I love how much they've managed to amp up the cinematic effects from Kingmaker. Even just the different camera angles of like swooping into places. Your lordship, forgive me for not welcoming you with the appropriate obseisance. We were told that you would prefer to arrive on incognito, so we're trying to attract as little attention as possible. I'm here on behalf of the Liege of Footfall, Lord Valadium Tokara. The Liege awaits the chance to speak with you at his residence, but if you happen to have other business to attend to, I can serve as your guide and tell you about the station. Cassia, this is our navigator. This is so familiar. Behind the amber-colored scatterings of words of welcome, far less appealing hues lurk, murky and diluted. The look of someone accustomed to lying and hiding their intentions. Idara, she looks like Militarum Guard, maybe? Jerks her head, shakes it, and hisses through her teeth. Someone's coming, and they're coming for us. Watch out, Lord Captain. Abelard sighs and casually places his hands on his weapon. Who's coming? Oh, maybe she's a psyker. Judging by the voices, there's a lot of them. Angry, they've got teeth, but they aren't that sharp. Their strength is in their numbers. Hey, what are you talking about? What could you mean by such a cryptic Oh! Football, suckers!
And you'll die quickly.
I appreciate this.
No! These ruby flashes are choking
My navigator.
me.
Ah. My everybody. Oh man, they're really jumping you right into it here. Astropath, maybe? She's eyes, probably not. Eric Militant. See, there's all these groups I don't even know about. Oh my goodness. Okay, what do we have here? Medkit. Crack grenade. So this is like the belt. Omnisaya axe and a plasma gun. AP. Okay, so this looks like probably, I'm gonna guess 6 movement, 4 AP. Yeah. Plasma single shot, plasma overcharge AoE, plasma overcharge extra damage, reload, strike, brutal strike, machine spirit communication. The recoil reduced by half for Tech Priest's int bonus and decreases dodge chance of targets by twice the int bonus. Medicae training. Heal out of combat. Full focus. Double effects of study target. Precision strike. Study defenses. Manipulator push. That's weakness of the studied enemies. Study enemies. Carefully studying a group of enemies, the adept learns of their weak points. Increases incoming damage of the first adept's attack on the turn against the studied enemy. Adept immediately grasps the nature of the study target, applying double effects of study target. Target the weakness. All allies gain the effects of study enemies. Okay, that's good to know. All right, so you look like you're kind of a bit of a healer.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Healer / group buffer.
Request approved.
Okay. Can't see, can't see. And this guy's in like half cover, it looks
The
like.
Omniscient knows all, comprehends all.
Miss. Eagle, hello. Good afternoon. This one so far, I've been keeping an eye out for it. This is literally like, we've made our character. We did the opening cutscene. We've made footfall on footfall. And we immediately are ambushed. Like, we've gotten out of our boarding craft and we are ambushed right away. Enter.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Dodged. Oh, so they like actually moved out of the way on that
Just
dodge.
a minor setback.
That's cool. They move in like pods? Almost like a swarm of enemies. Look at the plug in this guy's head. Alright, this is our rogue trader. We got the chainsword, we got a las pistol. Charge, taunt. Desperate rush, desperate maneuver, endure, Medicaid training, daring breach, forceful strike, heroic act. All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and say here, 14 to 18, single attack, 14 to 18 in a line. Oh, so actually if I go here, I could do this. Yeah.
Already done.
Chainsword. Something tells me I'm going to be in a bad place here. Until his next turn, all incoming attacks deal less damage. It costs one of
All too
these.
easy.
Desperate rush. Momentum. So this is the momentum gauge that unlocks things like desperate rush, the desperate maneuver, and I'm going to guess the heroic act. Okay. I don't know what this is. This little like chaos demon. But I guess we're in the open. Idra. Sniper rifle. Okay. She's our sniper. She is a psyker. Psyker unleashes a blast of lightning. She also gets study enemies, target weakness. I mean, obviously, I want to know what her lightning is all about. Chains up to 4 targets within a 3-cell radius. Yeah, well, let's go with this guy then.
On it.
Okay. She's pretty good. Deleted those dudes. Spends all movement points, spends the ability to use attacks on concurrent turn. Okay. Oh, there's a leader up there. Any idea when it's available to us plebs? Can't find anything on the site yet. It won't be, I don't say, until late next year. This is only like an alpha early slice. So this isn't like the beginning of the game. This is like, I think, a couple of planets in. I think kind of like past probably the first 10 or 15 hours of gameplay. Argenta. Yeah, she's got a bolter. Single shot, burst fire. War him. Second wind. I gotta look at people's classes and stuff after this. Controlled burst, dash. I mean, let's get you
Rejoice in battle.
there. So at least you have some cover. These guys have 8 HP, and this does 9 to 13 damage. So if she shoots this guy, he explodes.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Yes. Correct. I wish I could do more shooting. Ooh, I'd like to know what's going on with this warp gauge. Oh, here we go. When Psychers reach deeper into the warp to power their abilities, there's always the chance of the Imperium bleeding into reality, a factor that is invariably destructive and damaging. Using psychic powers in the battle by both allies and foes shatters the veil between materium and immaterium, between reality and nightmarish realms beyond. 4 states of veil thickness. Untouched, wounded, bleeding, and broken. Chance to trigger psychic phenomenon. Perils of the warp. Demons gain bonuses to their characteristics. Guaranteed chance to trigger psychic phenomenon. High chance to trigger perils of the warp. Cool. I like that. That makes the lightning a bit more risky business to use. This is the beginning of the game, about 10 to 15 hours in, and we'll be 100% confident that those 2 statements match. Yeah. Yeah. Owlcat games are long. Real long. It's a bit of the joy of them. Soldier immediately gains 1 action point. It gains 1 level of fatigue.
I will not. This is unacceptable.
All right. Well, I guess that's it for you. Cassia, so this is my navigator. She's got a marksman rifle. The navigator opens their third eye. Anyone gazing into the depths witness the power and mind-breaking unreality of the warp. In a cone. They also become stunned. Oh, nice. Okay. Kind of like a color spray. So she's kind of a leader character as well. Oh, wow. This is another big AoE. All these guys are kind of behind boxes, though. Let's just shoot.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
What'd you get? Objective secure. The leader defines the area that needs to be captured in 1 turn. First successful attack of an ally within the area does not spend AP or trigger weapon cooldowns. If the area is secure from enemies before the leader's next turn, all allies that killed enemies within the zone will get an extra turn. Well, the zone itself will turn into a strong point for 5 rounds. Huh. If you're secure from enemies before the leader's next turn, all enemies that killed enemies get an extra turn. We'll do it up here.
Paint your death in colors.
Let's see how that works. Abelard. This guy just has a power maul? Very dope. This guy must be my tank. Yes, very, very much he is. Well, if I go here, can I hit this guy?
It will be done.
Nice. We can let him stand out and tank. Knives out.
Can I fall back now?
Very good. Very good. So I studied these guys. The damage of the first attack against a studied enemy For one turn, all allies gain the benefits of study enemies and study defenses. I'm going to do that. Because that will give bonuses against all of these dudes over here. And I could be wrong, but I might even be able to get a shot on somebody. On this guy. Yeah, why not?
My vow is to serve.
And then can you move? It does not look like it. Looks like I should be able to, but I can't. So we'll just deal with that.
How dare you?
I mean, I will say I'm taking a lot of shots here right now. These guys are gonna get warped. They're gonna get warped real bad. So my rogue trader dude is all about melee combat.
I shall not fear.
We might as well let him get in and
Nothing I can't
do just that. Ooh. I wonder if this is the secure the area ability. Or if this is some other sort of horrible poison we've unlocked. I tell you what, there's a whole other squad of dudes down there, and there's that guy up there. I'm just gonna get behind this piece of cover.
discern the future on the battlefield.
And then, if I can... I cannot. 48% chance. Woof. Am I completely nuts, or does this game remind anyone else of Shadowrun? Oh my god, absolutely, dude. Not nuts at all. Big Shadowrun vibes. Same sort of style of game, right? CRPG, so. Okay, I'm not close enough to just psychic lightning arc all of them. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna take a shot at this guy. I know it's only 48%, but
of course.
hits cover. All right, that's these goons coming in now.
Nothing of value has been lost.
Looks like I got a attack of opportunity there and then dodged out of the way. I like this dodge mechanic that it like throws you out of cover. It's really interesting. Like penalizing yourself in that way, but then opening yourself up. Eagle, take it easy. Shatner, hey, how are you? Missed the start. You haven't missed much, honestly. Like, we basically landed in this station and got ambushed right away. All right, you're armored. What if I full auto? Restores all AP and removes cooldown from the currently wielding weapons. Oh, 57, 0%. I can shoot this guy and it will hit all three of them.
I'll do it.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Or it will just hit him. Let's do this military
In
excellence.
thy light I stand.
Heroic
and
act.
Thy light I crave.
Yeah, then we get another shot.
Doubt is for the weak.
Dude, this bolter gun is amazing. Oh my god, we have another shot.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
No flank. No flank for you. And another. Because she's in the strong point, I think she gets a free... Every time she kills someone, I think she gets an extra shot. She's not going to kill this guy,
Faith
but...
without deeds is worthless.
Wow, like really close. Or she just keeps getting
I need targets.
unlimited
not guidance.
turns.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
This has got to be a bug. I don't know. It looked like my AP was recharging to full at the end of every one of those shots, so. All right, you're gonna use lidless stare on these goons. You're gonna come up to here and do it, I think, though. Yeah, now you can hit all of them.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Damn. Damn. She killed 2 of them, almost killed all 4 of them. So that's literally like she just basically just flips up her little eye plate, shows the 3rd eye. No choosing your party. No, we get a set party. Now it turns out our set party is really good, but...
Follow my lead.
All right. Abelard. What's your other ability? Power swing. Oh, which does like a whole zone in front of him.
I will do my duty.
We can just bonk this guy.
I took care of this one.
Righteous fury. Ooh, I could also charge this guy. Ah, no, he's not on a right angle. Who are you talking to, buddy? Desperate measure. Plasma overcharge. Plasma overcharge. Single target. 30%. Yeah, why not?
Request approved.
Swing and a miss. Tech Priest appeals to the machine spirits, the weapons in the area. Recoil reduces by half and decreases dodge bonus of targets. Yeah, I mean, why
My
not?
competencies are not that universal.
Oh, I see.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
I talk to their machine spirits. This guy comes in, goes for the tank, misses.
Forge ahead.
We're gonna move up towards this goon and unload with the las pistol.
Not a problem for me.
Not so successful. Idra, you probably got a great precision shot here. What's the difference between these two? 50% bonus to weapon effective range. Oh, okay. Well, we don't need to do that. I could also use some psionic nonsense. The target's dodge rating is reduced by 20 times psi rating. That's not a bad idea. Let's do that. We're gonna peer into the future of this
Anything else?
leader. We're gonna do psychic nonsense. And then
Was it you?
Flat.
Or
Nurgle adepts by the look of it. So I think this is actually an effect that we created, which is called like strong point. So we created a defensive position here and basically said anybody who like gets kills in this area gets like a bunch of bonuses. So this is I take 1 shot, I do 9 to 13 at 94%. This is I take 4 shots at 56%, and each one does 9 to 13.
doubt is for the weak. Strike is a prayer.
Oh, her bolter gun rules. Oh man, that's amazing. And then I guess Cassia could just finish this guy
If I
off.
may. to die with grace, at least.
Dope. Emperor, protect me. They killed. Every time I warn them, and then they all go, "Dear Emperor, our Lord and Savior, how could this have happened? Who could have thought?" Stop quivering, unwashed worm, and answer me. Who would dare to attempt such an outrageous attack? Absolutely, we're doing this. Your Lordship, those guys were Anvers. They're a gang. They're the worst, I'm telling you. They're scared of no one, not even Liege Valadim. We're gonna get this gang to bend the knee to us. Does this kind of thing happen often around here? Shooting, yes. Attacks on nobles? Not very often. Unless it's the Anvers. They're vicious. Not a week goes by without them killing and gutting someone. They're wicked heretics. They respect nothing. They follow no rules. I'm sorry, Your Lordship. I'll go report this to the Liege. They killed her. They killed my lady. Oh. Terrible. Just terrible. Okay. Well, we better loot that lady. Whoa. Okay, hold on here. Knuckle dustos. Flax chest piece. Axes. None of these are worth any money. Scrappy auto guns. Shock batons. Shotguns. They're all worth 0 PF, which I'm assuming is Pathfinder dollars. And a stub carbine. I mean, I'll take that just because it's different. Ooh, and what's this? A chainsword. Oh, I'll take that as well. I'm gonna not just loot everything all of the time. Okay, so let's actually look at our characters and see what they are. We have the Rogue Trader, level 15. Wow, okay, so this is pretty deep in the game, I guess. First tier careers, second tier careers. I am a fighter. Drusians, Explorators, Casballica mission, Fellowship of the Void, a loose alliance of pirate factions from the Koronus Expanse. Dudes, we're totally going to do a pirate playthrough when we do this. There's no question about it. We're going to do big crime time. Abelard is also a fighter. Idira is an adept. Argenta, a soldier. Cassia is a leader. And Pasquale is an adept. Okay. Veneral Megos of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The young heiress of a Navalis Nobilis house. A unique navigator gene allows her to guide humankind's void ships through the warp. She really reminds me of the navigator from the Night Lord books. They've done a really good job like representing the way that they look. Sister Argenta is one of the Blessed Adeptus Sororitas. I thought so. Daughters of the Emperor. Yeah, no wonder she's such a super turbo badass. Adra Talas is a psyker diviner of the service of the Rogue Trader, daughter of a distant world and product of a doctrine alien to the Imperium, perceives the curse of Psychana as a gift she deserves. Years of using Psychana have cost her mind and soul dearly. With each passing day, her ability to keep the malignant forces under control weakens, until the moment when the warp will devour the diviner without a trace creeps ever closer. And Seneschal Abelward Wersarian is one of the closest associates of the late Theodora von Valancius. Spent a decade serving the Rogue Trader's trade empire and clearly intends to spend another decade keeping a close eye on every negligent servant or undertrained officer. Abelard is willing to do anything to ensure Theodora's successor becomes a brilliant rogue trader worthy of his predecessor. What could such fanatical zeal lead to? Cool. There's not that many classes, hey? I thought there'd be a... Especially considering in, like, Pathfinder. My God, in Pathfinder, there's, like... It's like there's like 20 classes, and each class has like 6 subtypes, and then there's like a bunch of prestige classes you can go into as well. Purge the gang. They must at least be a witch, a mutant, or a heretic among them. I hope you can go full heretic. I bet you can. And I bet I will. Skills look so balanced, like they didn't dump stats to min-max. I know, right? Like, who was even playing this? Who leveled up our guys here? We got athletics, awareness, carouse. Oh my god, there's a carouse skill point? That's incredible. Persuasion, demolition, medicay, logic, lure of Xenos, warp, Imperium, tech use, commerce, and coercion. Fellowship. Absorption, dodge, resolve, deflection. So you have 3 deflection, 45 dodge. You have no deflection, loss of dodge. Decent deflection. You also have really high deflection. I wouldn't have expected you to be a tanky. Is there inventory? There is. Of course there is. We have a chainsword and an auto gun. Oh, I also have an auto gun. Oh, I see. That makes sense. You have a melta? Okay. Good to know. You have the sniper rifle and the auto pistol, but you're also my psyker. You have a bolter and a flamer. Oh my god, dude. I'm in love with this character. This is my waifu for sure. Marksman, auto pistol, las pistol. Okay. And you have the Omnisaya's axe and a plasma gun. I love that the plasma gun is being held, you know, by the extra robo arms. Cool. Characters, journal, map, encyclopedia, cargo management. This is one thing, this is new that they've added that there's been, I think, a bit of confusion about, but there is like a cargo system where you can just basically throw stuff onto the ship. It's based on Rogue Trader tabletop book. They must have respected the class system in it. I suspect, yeah. I would guess. Also disdain. This is the next chunk over. 01010001101100000. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. This tall, hunched tech priest stares at you unblinkingly. Initiate identification procedure. This unit is defined as Lodge's Opticon 22 and is fully authorized representative structural part of the Cognizance Fleet and Brotherhood of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Access has been granted to the following options: information exchange, strengthening of diplomatic links, trade deals, donations. Initiating official greetings procedure for esteemed, high-value visitors. Glory, success to House von Valancius. Requesting information exchange regarding contractual obligation. Logister Theta. Pasquale and Opticon 22 exchange glances and a short series of binary signals before bowing their heads in satisfaction. Opticon 22's head bows noticeably lower than Pasquale's. I seek the friendship of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Is interested in, considers expedience cooperative with rogue traders. Under the terms of the Treaty of Mars, it is willing to provide services to the von Valancius dynasty. The priority of service tasks can be raised if diplomatic links are strengthened. They need samples of sacred technology, samples of profane xenotech, miscellaneous items. Profane xenotech. I mean, so the guys we want to go do business with participate in the cold trade, which was the trading of like xeno artifacts. So that's good to know. Storage, study, or disposal of the affirmation objects with the exception of miscellaneous items is the preferential right of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Willing to pay information on planets studied. Cool. Why are you interested in xenotech? Isn't that heresy? Cognizance Fleet finds it reasonable to believe that forbidden knowledge in the hands of the laity causes destruction and violations that go against the Omnissiah's will. An example that demonstrates the outlined pattern: a void station in the system in the Langren's belt. According to the data available, the heretics of the station have trade relations with Xenos for the sake of obtaining dangerous and pernicious technology. Destruction of these heretics is of high priority, but not high enough to demand immediate action. All right, let's see what they got for trade. Gas cloud grenade, grenade blind, melta charge. Interesting. Mobile extractium, a mobile mining outpost assembled in accordance with the Blesser's standard STCs. The small industrial complex can be deployed on practically any world. The Surf clan assigned to it will devote itself to the maintenance of its sacred mechanism and extraction of resources needed by the rogue trader. Cool. So this means, like, as you find planets in the game, even if they don't like have anything on them, you can probably just drop mining outposts and get goods out of them. Increases AP cost of the charge ability. Reloads cost less. A precise bolter. A precise las gun. Obviously, I can't afford any of this. I don't think we have any money. None of this is worth anything. Locked. Ooh, secrets. Oh, no, this is like, oh, as you build up rep, you get access to better items. Cool. Death World Origin, Enforcer Light Carapace. Fortress World Origin, Tempestuous Carapace. Yo, sick. Oh, and you can sell out of the cargo hold as well. All right, some cool stuff. Commerce, 10 DC. I know that bird. The local Adeptus Mechanicus uses it to get around.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
Commerce check failed. Can anybody else try it? No. So this is like in these games, you'll have skill challenges around that based on your various skills of your characters. You have a chance to succeed and or fail at, which will often give you like extra secret goods. Light carapace, auto pistols, shotguns.
New challenge for me?
Oops. Yeah, this is just all the loot around, I think. All right, give me a hot second. Listen to some music. I'm gonna go refill my coffee because we haven't done that yet today. I'll be right back in 2 minutes, and we'll go explore Footfall. See what's going on here. All right, Koronus Expanse. Real question: what's the quick save load time? There's music. There's creepy organ music in the background. Quick save load time. 4 seconds for a quick save. Quick load. I actually have to go figure out what that button is. F8. $12, $13, $14, $15, 16 seconds. Ooh, I love that when I logged back in, all the bodies started bleeding. That was about 5 seconds for a save, 15 seconds for a load on my rig. I'm on a pretty good SSD, but small dark-dyed rant. I don't care about the price of cosmetics, bladed crafting, but there's a lot of parts that are missing in the game. Choices you make during creation of the character don't influence the voice lines. They do influence some of the voice lines. Globally incoherent. They cut out a large part of that game to release the game sooner. It did. I will say, it felt like in the Dark Tide, in the early beta, it felt like the voice lines were more dependent and more coherent. I actually hear what you're saying there, and I do kind of feel the same way. It felt like they had more dialogue in the early run. Ooh, leaflets. Oh, wait. Shotgun, light carapace, last pistol. Okay, never mind.
Follow my lead.
Door open. Locked. One, three, four, five. Oh. Ooh, secrets. So if we can find a passcode to this, there's a crate of goods back here. Okay, everyone else is just like, yeah, there wasn't an attack in the marketplace just then. Oh, this guy won't even do business.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Waiting to inform you that 2 days ago, the discharge was interrupted by a raid launched by the Avers gang, and the attack 3 servitors were put out of commission. 1 cargo container was stolen along with its contents. I bet that's what's hiding back there. Afraid they won't put them out. I had a lot more stuff around the lore. If you don't mind, it would be a huge waste. I think this came up, and so I'm in the Dark Tide Creator Program as well, and in their Discord, I've been reading a lot about what's been going on, and a lot of people talking about stuff. And somebody pointed out a really good fact, which is like the game has been out for 2 weeks. Like there is a lot. There's a lot of room for them to still be working on stuff. And for only being out for 2 weeks, the game is still in like quite fun and playable state. Now that being said, there is definitely an argument to make that's like,
It's about time.
should we be expecting more of a playable state in, you know, a feature complete game, a non-early access game? And there's definitely an argument to make there.
Victory awaits.
Oh, so disdain. This corpse looks horrifying. The victim was thoroughly beaten before being shoved into the cracks between these boxes. One of the hands is clutching a blood-stained piece of paper. 1, the holy book by the altar. 2, that void damn customs guy. 3, guess what? 4, hanger by the window. Remember to bow to the emperor through the window. Interesting. So there's a puzzle in this hanger, that means.
None shall stand in my way.
Okay, we got some aristocrats up this way, some workers down this way. Can we hang out up here? Will these guards stop us? You can rest here away from the irksome rabble. We are technically aristocrats. The finest wines from Janus. I can't talk to any of these guys, though.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Ship down in the bay, big plasma coils.
A new challenge for me?
Oof. I don't think 15 seconds is too bad on a load time. I guess it depends. Cyber crypta. Broken combi tools. I'm gonna take all this.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
This container is labeled Destination Jana. It is covered in dust. Must have spent a long time in the docks.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
The walls of this container have rusted and its contents are rotted away, a situation that's not uncommon for shipments trying to pass through Imperial customs. Now is our time, not theirs. Go to their homes, drag them out of their beds, carve open their bodies like carcasses at a slaughterhouse. The Imperial Navy, Casbalica, Corda von Valancius. That's us. These names mean nothing now. Tomorrow will erase them from memory. Go and seize power, as much of it as you can. ANV, the Anvers.
Victory awaits.
Rank 5 functionary, Ellinger Pistorius. Order came through for the Liege to let you through without a check. Say the Emperor sent his angels here so they can use their swords to carve this majestic statue from an asteroid.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Imperium check succeeded. This small altar, the central spot, has been given to Drusus, a saint from the neighboring Calixis sector who is widely revered in the Koronus Expanse. Here's the book. Life of Saint Drusus, Volume 3. So, what did that note we have to say? The holy book by the altar. The Void Dam Customs guy. I don't know if that's got to be that guard. This guy? Are these bureaucrats, maybe? We talk to these fellas?
None shall stand in my way.
Oh. More secrets up here. Now is our time, not theirs.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Containers marked foodstuffs, but it's empty and by the look of it has not been moved in a while. More combi tools. Low sticks. Primitive tools.
It's about time.
Engisir. Only Cadia has the unique lines. There are some things, it's just not necessarily clear. Like, I know if you play as like if you're playing as the veteran class and you play as like a military background, your character will say more military based lines. Like, entering a 222 combat stance, the enemy praxis 2518 up ahead or whatever. Meanwhile, like my veteran is like a hive ganger, and so she's much more like she doesn't say any of those like military lines in the same sort of way. But it's like it's very subtle, and you wouldn't necessarily know that. I do feel like my character came from I marked her as a hive ganger, and her whole history was like hive ganging stuff. So I would like to see more of that personality in there for sure. Games as service expiring for me, not specific to Dark Tide. We'd rather have fully released games with promised features and DLC. There's constant updating and we're working on it. Yeah, I'm with you. Unless there's like a clear roadmap that says like what's coming out and when.
A new challenge
I don't
for
mind
me.
that. Okay, this is just up here. We check this good crate.
I
Okay.
won't tolerate weakness.
Customs guy. Gotta be these guys, right? These guys gotta be customs guys. Obviously, I'm obsessed with figuring out what this means. Hangar by the window. Remember to bow to the Emperor through the window. 3. Guess what? This is the hangar by the window. Well, this is obviously the window, so I guess this is the hangar by the window. A wave to the Emperor.
Victory awaits. I'll lay claim to the stars.
I don't think we're gonna figure this one out today. And this is a 1, 3, 4, 5 combo on it. One, 6, 1, 6, 5. This is, we got this off of the guy who was like crushed and squished right here. Oh, does this servitor talk? No.
It's about time.
Obey your orders. Do your duty. All right, yeah, this is not clear to me. Maybe something will come clear as time goes on. Since the awful Vermintide 2 launch, I'll forever consider Fat Shark games to be early access for at least a year. I don't remember the VT2 launch being that bad. I also played a lot of VT2 and it's like beta. I do remember getting dropped out of a lot of games and that being really annoying. And that's like the main complaint I've heard about even Darktide is like, why don't we have these like dedicated servers or better like host migration and stuff like that? Which I think is like a fair complaint. I know it's a complicated thing to put together, but it does seem like it's missing a little bit. Played for 60 hours. I love the game, but I don't want those features to be abandoned. That's all. I follow the Discord and subreddit, but there's not a whisper about it. I mean, they've been very overwhelmed, and they've been here's the thing as well is like Darktide, the Fat Shark crew has been responding to a lot of things. They've already like mostly they're responding to what the controversies are, which I think is like not great. Like, because most of the stuff is about like the premium cosmetics shop, which is stupid that people are complaining about, and they are like, oh, all these things cost 2,400 Aquillas, but the currency shop only sells 2,100 Aquillas, so you can't actually buy the exact amount you need to get like the unique bundles. And people are really upset about that, and like I get it, but at the same time it's like that doesn't affect the gameplay at all in any way, shape, or form. Like that is literally a feature designed on a business model to generate income to fund the development of more DLC and support down the line. And they've actually been like listening on a lot of that. Like they've now changed the pricing structure of like the premium currency and stuff like that, and like I just think there's better things that they could be spending that time on than mucking about with stuff like that, even though that's like a fairly small change. Like, I'm fine with the premium currency shop. I don't think there's any problem with that. It's only cosmetic. It has no effect on gameplay. It doesn't even matter. You barely even see your guy in its outfit. It's mostly for showing off, and it's mostly for supporting the developers. So, it seems a bit foolish. How is it so far, if I'm allowed to say? I mean, we literally just did the first area. It feels good. I'm happy to be back in a Pathfinder RPG. An Owlcat RPG. The Shadow Quarters. I think, like the Pathfinder games, there's probably going to be a very steep learning curve at the beginning. But it also seems like there's less classes in Rogue Trader. And my biggest issue, like when I played Wrath of the Righteousness, I spent 15 hours. This is not a joke. I spent 15 hours in the character creator before I actually started playing the game. I went through so many different variations of different builds I wanted to try and things I wanted to figure out and like planning out my whole path. Now, I'm also like, I played D&D professionally for a while, like, tabletop RPGs are a big part of my life. So I really wanted to dive deep into that. So I feel like the barrier of entry in this game is going to be maybe a little bit lower, but then there's also like the Warhammer barrier of entry where they're like, oh, the cognitor prognosticus of the Imperium Aquilios is 2.851 by Aquilium Aractos Pata. And you're like, these are not words. None of these are words, Warhammer universe. Stop just making up words to sound science fiction-y. Played a psyker from the water world who was taken by black ships, and the voice said she was an enforcer. Oh, that's really frustrating. I mean, look, that's like the core of Vermintide. What made Vermintide good was the interactions between characters, and that's clearly they designed a cool system for Darktide, but they also made it so customizable that like a little bit of that's gonna get lost. But I think you're right in that like too much of that has gotten lost. I don't feel like there's a lot of good banter in the game right now. So. But that's also like they added in banter to Vermintide with like every patch, they added in more and more voice lines. So they know the value of that. And also, like, I mean, like Alex Jordan, who does the VO for the veteran, he's been streaming the game on Twitch. He's been making like YouTube videos of like him playing in character with other people, and they're doing like really, really well. So there's obviously like play to get there, you know, there's something they can use there and market and sell more copies with, right? So you got to think business decision for all these kind of things as well. Asking for the CM to resign. Yeah, no, look, a lot of the player base is terrible. A lot of the content creator program people are also like awful. I'm not gonna pick anybody out, but like people are being really like, for a game that's been out 2 weeks, people are being like real demanding of what gets added without any realistic expectation of how long it takes to implement code. And this is often true of most games. It's not like they're being really lazy and like, I don't know, releasing the third part of a series and, you know, keeping the core feature out of it for 6 months. And then, you know, after that core feature finally comes out for 2 months, saying that the next patch isn't going to be for another 6 months. Like some developers we know who produce Warhammer games. Shade. Shade, shade, shade. Weirdest complaint I've seen is that the penances don't make sense in a full price game. I mean, a lot of the penance complaints are like, this penance is too hard. And it's like, yeah, dude, it's an achievement that's meant to unlock super cool armor. Of course it's hard. The point is that not everybody is meant to have this. Like, you gotta play well to get this stuff. Again, the complaint about things that are cosmetic, I think, are very, very funny. It wasn't time that destroyed these tiles. They were pried out with purpose and diligence to unveil this giant glowing RGB fan. Oh my God, is this an RTX 4060? I think it is. This whole place, this whole space station is just running on RTX cards. Who would have guessed? Goods. Wow, we're getting a lot of these leaflets around, hey?
Follow my lead.
These anvers are much more popular than I would have anticipated. Flamers. Who holds a flamer like that, you idiot? We're almost refueled here. We'll show you how it's done. I'm just not feeling it anymore, that's all. This guy's pretty much a cinder. It was a lot more fun when he was alive and thrashing about. I love these little interactions between NPCs in these games.
None shall stand in my way.
Viva Casbalica. Oh, wow. Look at this. Massive statue toppled over. All right, we got some thugabugs here. This dude's level 60. Can I...
Uncolored.
How may I serve the dynasty? I'm not so sure. On it.
Take a knee and bow before me.
This is how I open every fight in Pathfinder. I just stand outside of range and use like my sharpshooter to start the combat so you get a surprise round. Big thanks for Vermintide were a roadmap that absolutely did not stick to. Yeah. Consistent problems with reintroducing bugs every patch because they weren't practicing proper version control. We also waited 6 months for more maps and got Boghaven, which most people hated. I mean, here's the thing as well, is like when Vermintide 2 came out, like that was still only Fat Shark's second game, right? And it was basically their first game remade. And like, I have expectations for Darktide because I'm like, okay guys, you're a real studio now. You've done this a couple of times. You've been around the block. You had a chance to rewrite your code base. You should be able to see some of the problems. And some of it they do, but also like some of it they don't. There's a handful of stuff that I've seen on like their community side that they've done that I've been like, ooh, you should have foreseen this being more of a thing. You should not have been that surprised about this sort of thing.
My place is at the fore.
I'm gonna put this guy in half cover because ooh, you have a Melta. I should have put you somewhere else. Well, it looks like you're gonna Melta this dude. Jesus Christ. That's a nice gun. I like that. Yes, sir. You could use that any day of the week. Add an to a word and it's 40k. A fire startrum. Oh, yeah, you're right. An N for Thugum. The scrappy autogumum. Oh, this is very fun. I tell you what, Pask, I'm gonna put you here.
Fury algorithm.
Calculated fury algorithm. We're gonna go with the plasma overcharge. Can I get a pocket of these guys?
Request
Yes.
approved.
Was it a good idea? Probably not. Wait, how does this one work? Study defenses? Tries to find a weakness of the studied enemy. All the adepts' attacks ignore, dodge, and parry of the studied enemy. Well,
The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols.
can you do this on anybody though?
Request denied.
No, I can't seem to. All right. I think he's got to be right next to him to do that. Our battle babe. She can't move very far, so what I would like to do is like get her in, take some shots, and then reposition.
Guided by faith.
Let's go like this.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Sick. I really like her. She's fun.
I'll do it.
Nice. Yeah, and then I can dash her into cover. I didn't mean to dash her into that deep cover, but you know what? What's done is done. Straight apologist, giving them a chance, wanting things to enjoy to get better. I know, right? I'm always apologizing for video game devs. I'm actually pretty harsh on a lot of devs, if I'm going to be honest. I just think that, like, I like Fat Shark. I like their games. I like their community managers. I think that they are doing their best. And they're not doing things for, like, super greedy reasons. There's a little bit of 10-centism that's obviously crept in. You know, we could see a bit of that in play, but I don't think it's too bad yet. Well, if I move, can I dash with you? The target ally immediately gains movement points equal to the leader's fell bonus. No, that's she can cause people to move. The leader grants an additional turn to all allies within 2 cells. Gains a bonus turn with no movement points and action points equal to the fell bonus. Like, I don't understand. This stuff just costs... You could just cast this on people. And they get free turns, basically. Momentum gains 6, action points 1. Gains a bonus turn with no movement points and action points equal to. So if I cast this on Pasquale...
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
He can immediately take another shot. Arsonist, Firestarter. I don't know who is the biggest threat here. Okay, I only see one guy that's labeled arsonist, so I'm gonna shoot him.
Scion knows all, comprehends all.
And I'm gonna miss. Perfect. It's like what keeps me playing a game if there's nothing to achieve. Some gamers have unrealistic expectations, report an issue on one day and expect it to be fixed the next. Yeah. And this is a big thing, man. People have been really harping on them and ignoring the fact that it's been like a 2-week game. You know what would be really cool is if I had gone up this here and started this fight up on the rooftop, tick, 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 with like a sniper up here. I like the way the combat feels in this so far. You know, it's got a bit of that cover mechanic. It's got a bit of that razzle
I'm not
dazzle.
accustomed to being ordered around.
The guns feel like they got some punch. I'm gonna move you here, Rogue Trader,
Never wavered in the face of
because you have a
adversity.
ton of movement points apparently, and you are tanky as heck. You a chonky boy. And can we shoot somebody? You can only shoot him, but
Already
it's a good
done.
shot, so. But, alright, so be it. Idra's my psyker. Obviously, what I really want to do is fry a bunch of people with lightning, but given the fact that she is squishy, I need to be able to zoom out more. Guys, I can't see if I can hit anybody from here. Oh, you can actually see. So she'll have a shot on him. Half cover, and a shot on him. Cool. I'll just take that.
Be gone.
It does feel like I should be doing some lightning shenanigans, but I can get like a handful of guys with a study enemies. Adept immediately grasps the nature of the study target. No. Misfortune. I could also just do foreboding. Peering into the future of an ally, the psyker is able to see possible outcomes and potential dangers, increases their dodge and parry rating. So why don't we use that on the Rogue Trader? So that he has like a buff to defense. We'll see how that works. Fat Shark has a really large library of developed games. Other than those two, I didn't know that. I have only known them for those two. 1K hours in VT2 and about 400 VT1, so maybe I'm a little overly critical. They've burned most of their goodwill I had for them. I don't know, man. They've also like put so much stuff out for free in their games over the years. Like the amount of free content that Vermintide 2 got was crazy. Like they put out Realms of Chaos and it was just like, here's a free expansion with like 15 maps and infinite rogue ability, replayability. It's this guy right there. He's one step away. What does he have? A thunder hammer. Uh-oh. All incoming damage reduces this fighter's Tau bonus. This fighter also strikes back when receiving attacks and guards allies in a radius of 3, jumping in and striking enemies with a preemptive attack, making enemy attacks 50% easier to dodge. Obviously, I'm going to do that.
We'll rule the stars themselves.
And then I'm going to step right.
I've seen worse
I'm
battles
gonna
than this
step
in my
2,
time.
and I'm just going to donk him. Charge, forceful strike, endure. Incoming attacks deal less damage. Yeah, we might as well do that. You're tanking right now, so. Unfortunately, I have lost all my cover with him, but. Eek! All right, let's get rid of these guys then.
I'll live another day.
Oh my god. What What is this? Skaven? Torching their own dudes. Thing that gets me is Fat Shark fixed several big bugs. Certain blessings on certain weapons, certain character class uses at certain points would crash the game. Fixed in under 24 hours, so that's good. They have good knowledge of the code and pretty fast with finding the problem. Yeah, I mean, I think so, right? Like, they just redeveloped this whole engine from scrap, so. Boy, howdy. What do I want to do with you? Second wind. If you get here, you unlock military excellence. Restore all AP and removes cooldowns from the current weapon. Oh, this is the ability we used when she shot like 17 times in one round. So I probably just have to ice some dudes to get it unlocked.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Yeah, definitely. Gain 1 action point. But you can't shoot again, right? Spends the ability to use attack abilities on current turn. Yeah, you only really get like 1 attack ability a turn. All right, I guess you're just there then. I can probably use my navigator to give her another turn.
My faith shields me.
But I could also use my navigator
Battlefields are always drowned in
to move up and use lidless stare and knock 4 of these guys out.
Isn't this a job for the servants?
Oh, dope. And we have this ability triggered.
I'll show you why navigators are
Smoke
feared.
bomb. Forces an ally to make every effort, increasing their characteristics for 1 turn. That's move, and this is get back in the fight. Encourages the target ally to immediately recover from burned, bleeding, toxin, and stunned. Well, this guy is currently burning.
Do not dare ask.
He's too far, but he's not. No, he's no longer on fire. I still am on fire, though. So let's hit this
Nothing
guy.
I can't do.
Gibbed. We'll move here. And then I guess I'm going to take 3 shots at this dude, maybe.
All too easy.
Doesn't seem very likely I'm going to hit, but... I then immediately get another turn. I think because I ended in objective secured and I killed a guy. That is exactly what happened. 31%. Oh. I mean, I could just join in here and give this guy a donk.
Not a problem for me.
Chainsword.
Suits my purposes.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. 6 AP movement, 4 AP action. Yeah, it seems 6 movement, 4 action. Different people do clearly have some different stats, though. Ever specialist. I don't like the sound of that.
Was that you? Or
Is that like a 94% chance on that miss? We're going to use misfortune on this guy.
on it?
Drop his dodge chance down. Little psionics. Little razzle dazzle.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Wow, he just got woggled. Righteous fury of the rogue trader hits Ember. But with the chain sword, killing him. Abelard also hit him with a power maul. Yeah, so he tried to move and he just triggered 2 attacks of opportunity and just got absolutely gibbed. That also gives my rogue trader another turn. Unfortunately, that turn does not get any movement points. Fighter strives to reach the target at any cost. Gain a huge bonus to movement point. Immediately restore all action points. Remove cooldowns on all weapons. This is his heroic ability. Can I also just dash? Charge. Yes, but I can't reach anybody.
Already done.
Oh, but I can charge. Wait, hold on here. I got something. If I charge and I open up on this dude and I happen to kill him,
Can't do.
which I didn't, but that would have gave me a free turn, but I can just do a daring breach, which will reset everything, giving me 11 movement points, 4 action points. And then I can move right here and chainsword this dude.
Suits my purposes.
Nice. And I can keep attacking. Ooh. Well, let's see. That takes 1. That takes 2. I can shoot this dude, move in, and chainsword the other guy.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
He's dead. Dude, the rogue trader is chunks.
All too easy.
Murder. Oh, there's 1 guy left. Can't touch this. I don't suppose if we swap to the Melta, we can hit this guy. Oh, yes we can.
Victory is imminent.
Melted. Well, that was good. What do we get? He's waiting for you. You know the place, so be there on time. The turn can be seen from the entrance to the Adeptus. Make sure the Gawker doesn't see where you're going. We got flamer pistols. Scrappy auto guns. There's a thunder hammer here. I'm definitely taking that. And a fire blessed carapace. We're definitely going to take that. I think we'll leave everything else. So, real talk, who is going to get that thunder hammer? I think I'm going to give it to this guy. He's got the power maul right now. I compare it against this weapon. Please, sir. Can I compare it against the other weapon? Here we go. Yeah. Oh, it's better in literally every way. So this dude, our seneschal, is now rocking a thunder hammer. Oh, I love it. Deflection +1 against human enemies. Also gives you +2 bonus against deflection and +20 absorption against fire damage, as well as immunity to burning. So we'll put on that fire blessed carapace for now. Also a bunch of grenades. We haven't tried any of the grenades yet. Most frustrating bug I've seen is the pennant of staff clipping with my hands. No more staff keychain.
New challenge for me.
I can see that being annoying. When there's so much in cosmetics and then the cosmetics are the things that glitch out, it's always sad. Broken combi tools. I guess we'll just keep exploring. Loots. Melt a charge. Hell yeah. So this is a locked chest. There's 3 ways into it. I can use that melt a charge I just picked up. I can use a multi-key to pick lock, or I can use tech use. I'm going to try tech use, seeing as we've got an Adeptus.
Successful.
Holy machine oil. And a binary transcript. Successfully picks the lock. Check result was 75, 80. Result succeeded. Oh, it doesn't tell you what the roll is, I don't think. Or what the DC is. Unless I'm just misunderstanding that. Yeah, no, your tech use is 80. Interesting. Interesting.
That didn't go as I'd hoped.
I'm sorry. That said there was a 0% chance of me failing that, I thought. Well, I guess we're not getting up there. Whatever those goods are. Yeah, well, the joy of Pathfinder games. The joy of any CRPG game really is just failing those skill checks. More of these.
Victory awaits.
I think we're just like looting random stuff in the street. From behind the closed doors, you hear the humming of primitive washing machines and the voices of laundry workers singing simple songs. Wastewater unsafe for drinking, even after purification, is now being used for laundering. What have we here? Double rations for you and your husband. I thought your husband kicked the bucket.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Oh, Warden, the papers are as real as they come. You sure this is a stamp? I can't make it out at all, and the letters don't fit in the boxes. These papers aren't fake by any chance, are they? Uh-oh. This worker's in trouble. Two rations for me and my husband. Here's the stamp, the signature. It's all in order. Oh, I can't talk to anybody. They're just
Follow my lead.
They're just all hanging out. Just want to make sure we didn't miss anything back this way. Don't look like it. Sometimes it's a little hard to figure out where in the camera you are. The hive is so sprawling. Well, it's not a hive, but these void fears will talk. They say that back in Parmesius Daywind's time, they would give everyone on footfall a crate of rotgut every morning. Not anymore,
I'll
though.
lay claim to the stars.
I once stood on the pinky finger of the Emperor's statue. That seems a little disrespectful. DC 80. No, it was 80 was his base stat. For the Mechanicus guy. His tech use was 80. And again, I'm not really sure how the D100 system works. I'm assuming this means anything you roll under 80 is a success. And to be honest, that might just be it. Like, that might be what determines success and failure. So, like, my athletics check, that might have just been like, if I rolled under 55, I succeed. If I roll over 55, it's a failure.
A new challenge for me?
To be honest, probably how it works. Have to be below the number given in difficulty. He rolled 75 below, it said 80, so that's the base DC of your character managed to 0 difficulty, 0 task. Yeah, okay. So that makes sense. That's interesting. So there isn't really
It's about time.
Would
difficulty
you look
checks.
at that?
There just are checks. So we've got a trap here. And you can see the little marking here says that somewhere in this building is where that trigger is. Small nook in the stone is empty apart from dust and a few scraps of paper. There's evidence that the cache once had a small door covering it and a locking mechanism. How do I get in there to disable that?
I won't tolerate weakness.
Ooh.
Victory
Exterminator.
awaits.
All right. Assuming I can't just open this door. Oh, here we go. Now I'm getting a disarm ability. Okay, maybe not. Strong deviations. Just avoided the shots.
Follow my lead.
And there's nothing down here? Oh man, what a bummer. Anvir for life. There's some sort of loot. This away that we missed. Here it is.
None shall stand in my way.
Ooh. Guards and gangers. We might not be able to get in here. Like, these look like they're like mines or something, you know? Ah, here we go. Greetings, sir. What brings you here? Did you want to watch us break our backs out here? Footfall Utility Crew 3 is happy to be working for the good of the Denzians and guests of the station. Winks and salutes you with his flamer. What are you doing? Oh, just burning rats and some trash and some parasites. The district's under quarantine. I got hit by something nasty, a disease. Just some bugs and worms crawled out of a ship. It's a bit odd that happened here and not at the docks. Things like that usually start there. They even spray the place with some gunk and kill all the bugs and worms, but I guess something slipped through. 2 families in that block over there snuffed it, and the liege wasted no time getting the district surrounded so nobody could leave. How did the victims die? I don't know what's going on, but the game is getting super choppy all of a sudden. Who knows? They found them in their hovels, already dead. Blue sores on their body, and they stank something awful. Doesn't mean we let them out, of course. You don't know what happened exactly? We don't, and we don't want to find out. If something nasty's cropped up, the right move is contain it and kill it with fire. What measures have been taken to deal with it? I don't know if this combo box is letting me out or if it's all the flames or what it is. You're looking at it. We stand here, burn the foulness. We got some people standing guard so no one escapes. Put some mines down. I was correct. These are mines. The water, the sewers, all blocked off to stop any communication. The air is open, I suppose, but the foulness doesn't seem to be airborne. Haven't been any strange deaths outside of the district. Fox, hello. Come on in, my dude. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Rogue Trader. Are the people trapped in the quarantine zone being provided any kind of aid? Beep, bop, boop, bop, beep. Of course not. I mean, we heard Reverend Hieronius has been praying for their souls. Retribution fell upon them, and rightly so. I wish to enter the quarantine zone. This is the real answer. No dice, not gonna happen. We're letting no one in. I'm telling you right now, bribes and intimidation won't work on me, so don't even try. You can file a petition with the League if you're so desperate, but my advice would be to go on your merry way. Yeah, okay, something about that conversation with this guy just caused a lot of glitch out. No, it's fine though.
I'll lay claim to the star.
Mysteries. So it's kind of asked about how are you finding it? So far pretty good. We're not very far in. We're only like 2 rooms. The combat is quite nice though. I love Owlcat games, so I'm definitely a little bit like biased. I think they make really, really high quality games. My biggest complaint in this one right now is that the camera is often, it's really hard to see around certain things. I have totally gone the wrong way. Like, where am I right now? This way? Can I go this way? What's this way? We haven't been this way. Here we are. By the laundry machines. Okay.
Follow my lead.
Adeptus Massacus. Huge doors. Before you use the compartment of a massive void ship adapted into a living space, from inside the building, the clinking of glasses and numerous voices can be heard.
A new challenge for me?
Adeptus Massacus. Cool. Is the bugs leaking over from Cyberpunk 2077 raid? That'll do it. Did you see the trailer for the new Phantom Doctrine DLC they just dropped this week? It's got Idris Elba in as a new character, which I'm very excited about. I love Idris Elba. Is this Baldur's Gate 5? I mean, pretty much. Baldur's Gate 4, DK.
None shall stand in my way.
See what I did there? Nice little spot. It's good to see folks enjoying themselves, even if the air here feels nicer to breathe. We got a tech use 20 DC. So here, this is the question I'm having now, because it's like if I have Pascal, who has an 80 to tech use, how does that affect the 20 DC? Under the floor, you can see the remains of the void ship's life support system. It seems that whoever dismantled the vessel decided to leave it in place. He rolled a 32. $80 plus difficulty modifier equals 20. So I think the higher the DC, the easier it is. Like literally Pascal couldn't fail this check. It had a DC of 20. It adds the 80 from his skill. He rolls a D100. If he rolls under 100, he succeeds.
Victory awaits.
Am I understanding that correctly? Looking forward to Space Marine 2. Yes. Oh my god, the trailer for that looked super hype. That first game was so fun.
The whispers told me a secret.
Secrets. Awareness check. Ooh, maybe that secret box of goods. It's like a perception check, basically.
It's about time.
Suspicious type. My favorite type. The suspicious type. Yeah, a bottle of rot gut. Faux sticks. Corpse starch. Primitive tools. We don't really know what this stuff does, but I'm assuming it has a purpose. Probably when you're like dealing with a lot of planets and like there's got to be some sort of like empire management as part of this game. All the other Owlcat games have that, so. Not seeing the new Phantom Doctrine stuff. Struggled to get into the first one though. No, not Phantom Doctrine. It's called it's the expansion for Cyberpunk 2077. It's called Phantom Liberty, I think. Did I say Phantom Doctrine? I might have. Graphic setting that made me feel ill when playing it though. There's some weird blur that made me feel motion stick. Gotten around to giving it a run yet though. Okay, so that is. So if this is a Medicaid 20. You have a 30, you have a 40, a 50, a 40, a 40, and a 60. So again, if we use Pascal, this should be a DC 80 with his 60. Stuck to the plates are lumps of sawdust, toxic waste that's sometimes necessary, sometimes passed off as ordinary nutritious starch. He rolled a 3, yeah. Okay, so that is how it works. It would seem.
don't tolerate weakness.
He's really good at picking locks then too. So logic, I'm assuming, is also going to be Pascal. This dude is just like a skill monkey.
Watching the lazy handle sacred technology breaks my heart.
Machine right set or
My
rich?
cardiovascular augmentation can withstand much more than high blood pressure.
He's machine right set ritual?
To shameful failure.
Logic check failed. Rolled a 90 on a 60. The menu slides across the screens. The Adeptus Damascus has an impressive selection of drinks, most of which should not be ingested without an augmented liver. Love it. Okay. Like that I'm just robbing this place
New
blind.
challenge for me.
Awareness 0 DC. Thug dies.
This cannot be.
Sturdy sofa looks like it was as old as football itself. Scrappy autogun and an axe.
Over there.
I'd like to know why he just exploded. They said his tongue had been cut out by the anvers.
None shall stand in my way.
Oh, we finally got a named character and a bunch of thugs. These are my people. Ryza. Doctrine 2 is coming through, which is why it didn't sound wrong. I see. Okay. The woman looks to be in her 40s. She's surveying you with interest. Her right eye appears almost black against her dark skin, and her left eye emits a greenish light filtered through the smudged lens of a prosthesis. Her arms are tattooed all the way from the base of her shoulders to her knuckles. Looking for something specific? You're buying or maybe selling? Don't be shy, just ask. Old Ryza knows all kinds of folks. My boys will fetch you anything your heart desires. I know you, rogue trader. Who would have thought a high flyer such as yourself would ever land in our neck of the woods? For somebody like you, I'll offer the best prices, the real deal. Who are the boys you work with? You heard about how the Clipper St. Cognatus got hit recently? The cargo was cleaned out, everything of value taken. Well, that was my boy's handiwork. What kind of goods are you willing to buy? Tech is the best. If it's broke, no sweat, we'll fix it and take it apart. And if you score something so nasty your fussy everyday traders won't look at it, fear not, just bring it on over. Okay, so this is like the fence, I guess. Militant's cloaks. All enemies within 2 cells of the wearer of this cloak receive a -10 penalty to dodge against melee attacks. Ooh, man, that'd be dope. Here's the thing, like I keep getting all these items, but none of them actually sell for any value. The Melt-A-Pack, I mean, we started with this mace, but the Melt-A-Pack sells for 0.1 PF. I have... Oh. Fascinating. So you don't have money, you have profit. And it caps and then recovers in time. That's really cool. I was thinking about getting this on my my Thunderhammer guy. Pattern stub revolver, pirate chainmail, a power axe, Mezua pattern sniper rifle. Yeah, like I can't even buy most of this stuff. I don't have enough profit factor for it. So I guess as you do things like add mining outposts on planets, you probably get a higher profit factor. Cool. All right, well, she doesn't have anything I really want. If I see something cool now, I'll buy it for sure. Leftovers of pitiful food stuck to the sides of plates. We can carouse here?
Who thought that was a good idea?
Failed the carouse check. We rolled a 98. Woof. Drops of orange liquor sparkle in the decanter, exuding a sugary aroma.
Our I'll lay claim to the stars.
I love the idea that you can go to bars and just carouse, and that probably unlocks stuff. We are gonna play such a good crime time character. Is that it? That's everything here? Did I miss a loot in the corner of this room? Sure did. I sure did.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Gotta get it all. All right, let's keep exploring Footfall. I don't know where we go next, to be completely honest as well. Okay, now I'm allowed into the atrium. The Martyr's Endurance. We didn't get into there. It's not super clear how the map is unlocking. Like, I get that it was like we passed through the first area, but then we could only go to this one place. We couldn't go to the atrium. But now that I leave the bar, I can go there. They might just be forcing us to see every zone. It's quite possible. God, I can't wait to see, like, I know there's ship combat and stuff in this as well, which I'm very curious about. I feel like ever since playing Battlefleet Gothic, I have so many questions about how ship combat should work. In a turn-based RPG, obviously there's a lot more room for weird things. Loot, loot, loot. I should just be collecting all on these. Imperium lore. The columns appear here when the station was founded, and it was assumed that Footfall would become a wondrous palace in the stars. The heart of Footfall is the colossal statue of the Emperor carved from a single asteroid. Is that him? We can see him out the window, I guess, but not entirely.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Cogitator.
My knowledge has its limits.
Access denied. Rolled a 64 on a DC 10 to DC 60. So we should try to get a machine right set if we can.
Operation successful.
Gonna loot all that. I'm just pillaging. Gunsmith's Guild. Yes,
Follow
please.
my lead.
I would like to subscribe more to your magazine. Know, my children, that the truth is carved in gold in the parchment of the soul, while lies and heresy are a poison that threatens to erode this parchment. New concept for the interior design was started before the previous one could be implemented. One of the many chapels that looks better tended than most places on Footfall. I think the chapel is just like, you know, an empty room with a candle inside of it, a couple of candles. There's something about the way that temples are done in 40K that I find very, very funny. All right, how do I get into this Gunsmith's Guild? Where was that? Here it is. Yeah. There's the sign.
Victory awaits.
Here? You? This guard? No? Is it the whole area? Vlandium.
None shall stand.
So this
in
is
my
the
way.
this is the temple. This is the like the nobility we're going to. Collection of poems. The world is so crazy. Dreadful Xenos. Punish the enemies of humanity. Drew Carey. Punish the Xenos, a coin for a go. Oh, you could just electrocute Xenos. Very 40k. Old racist 40k. I mean, I gotta be honest, if Drew Carey were showing up here, I would also be punishing them so that I did not turn into skin furniture. The wares here are shoddy looking weapons built out of questionable parts. Alright, so maybe this gunsmith's guild is not so great. Knickknacks of everyday needs. Food booth. Refugees and instigators. Oh, here we go. The buzzing crowd has closed in on several horrid-looking people. Horrid-looking people. Harried, horrid. Some of their faces are smeared with fresh blood. The angry cries and twisted faces leave no doubt a massacre is about to take place. Just cut their throats already. What are they thinking letting that ship dock at footfall? They're all stricken. No cutting. We'll get their blood on us. We'll be tainted too. Better burn them all. Hieronius Doloroso. Be quiet, you scoundrel! A priest clad in simple black raiment and wielding a staff cuts through the crowd like a battleship crossing the sky. You dare pass judgment on others? What arrogance to think you have the right. That's Reverend Hieronius. I'm surprised he's decided to intervene in a street squabble. Let's watch in silence for a moment. These are heretics, real heretics. Their whole planet is plagued. Folks say they all died over there, and why is that? Because they're heretics and the Emperor punished them. I mean, it's hard to argue with that. Sounds like divine imperial punishment. We're no heretics. We ran from the heretics, barely escaped with our lives. And there was no plague on the planet, only the arch enemy's minions. A whole army of them. Who's the arch enemy? Chaos. If you want to blame anyone, blame those who abandoned our world. Blame the governor. Blame the tech priests. Blame the masters of Kiava Gamma who forsook us in our darkest hour. Wait now, what's all this going on here then? Who are you supposed to be? A concerned citizen, an armed one. I suggest you think well before giving me lip. This game has great, like, shut the hell up options. You got a point there. I wonder if you can back it up. You must be completely out of your minds. A band of woefully dim-witted sinners who think themselves bringers of justice. Who are you to pass judgment on anyone? All you ought to be doing is suffering and repenting till the end of your days. What's so wrong about that, Reverend? We just want to put these heretics to death. We're not heretics. We're refugees. I swear it on the golden throne. We served the Imperium faithfully until they hung us out to dry. Where were the protectors when they were meant to shield the lands from nightmares? Traitors and heretics, the lot of them. Murmur runs through the crowd and the people gawk at you, the priest and the wretched group huddling in the center. A motley sea of colors that fills this restless crowd is hard on the eye. So many hues, but most of them are acrid yellow streaks of fear. Their red buds swelling, ready to burst and paint all those who are gathered here. Cassia looks at the crowd of troublemakers wearily, and they shudder at the very sight of her. Interesting. I didn't know that navigators could see into the warp. I guess because they can still open their eye even though it's even though it has like a plate over it. As for the hearts of those who have been forced to defend themselves, they are shrouded in purplish black grief, but their words are as transparent as the ice that lays on top of the glacier. Commoners are deaf to the others' suffering, for it is their nature. Interfering in their affairs is hardly worthy of you or me, rogue trader. Coercion 20. We have plus 40, which gives us an 100% chance. I don't understand. That sounds like I have a 60% chance to succeed. All onlookers are to return to their homes immediately. These refugees can go to Dock Alpha Row. I will speak to you later. Comply or face the consequences. The people before you insult those instated by the throne above them, and thus they deserve death. I mean, I'm always willing to try a skill check. Rebel Rouser looks at you. I don't want to get in trouble over this lot. Here we go, problem solved. Now there's plague down at the dock. And the heretics have gone unpunished. Such is their way. The arrogance and self-righteousness of a sinner. I am Reverend Hieronius Doloroso, head of the Jerusian mission here on Footfall. I thank you for stepping in. Please come see me when you have the time and we can talk. I think that's who our battle sister has to go see as well. I'm a little surprised they didn't have an interaction, to be honest. Goods. Where are these pamphlets?
Victory awaits.
The sight of this cogitator would be enough to break any tech priest's heart. The machine is leaning slightly to one side, grimy, covered in scrawled drawings with frivolous writing scratched here and there on the casing. Several keys are missing and the rest are coated with dust. The right of operation has been repeatedly and blasphemously violated, requesting the identification and punishment of the sinful acolyte entrusted with caring for the spirit of this machine. Quick use 20. You have 80. Now this is actually a 100% chance. After a series of creaks and groans, the cogitator's dusty screen lights up. Several lines of text, section headings. Praise the Omnisaya. A machine spirit of this cogitator is aggrieved, aggravated, but willing to serve. Accompanied by the crackling of a binary prayer, Pasquale's mechatendrites gently place a couple of keys lying on the floor back into place. Welcome. In the name of the founder of the Footfall Station, conqueror of stars, builder of outposts, the noblest rogue trader, Persimus Dwayne, and on behalf of his descendants, I welcome you. This cogitator has installed on the order of the illustrious Persimus so that the needy may tap into the flow of his wisdom. Cast your eyes upon the list of sections and choose what you wish to know. Persimus Dwayne, I've never heard of such a rogue trader house. Lord Captain Persimus Dwayne, one of the trailblazers of Koronus and the station's founder. Oh wow, no wonder he's so rusty. I've read about his great deeds. Lord Dwayne was once a colonel of the Astra Militarum, but by his will later inherited a warrant. Rogue trader warrant? Yes. He accumulated enough power to gather a small fleet of loyal allies and venture out to conquer the Koronus Expanse. Footfall was meant to be his personal palace world, but the construction dragged on for decades, and Lord Persimus eventually died of old age. His enemies instantly tore Footfall to pieces and turned it into the bastion of humanity we know today, one that's full of bandits, privateers, hustlers, and rogue traders. Pleased with herself, Cassia nods slightly to let everyone know that the lecture is over. Footfall Station has been envisioned by Persimus as a palace of the stars. Merely a small fraction of the great designs been made a reality, but already their audacity and grandeur are staggering. The gateway to the savage and barely explored Koronus Expanse. Tech use. Attempt an emergency repair. One of the first structures on Footfall was the colossal statue of the Emperor. A whole asteroid was used for the creation of this sculpture, and even its titanic proportions cannot convey the awe that every faithful servant of the Imperium feels before the Master. It's at the center of Footfall in the same way that the Emperor is in the center and the heart of the Imperium. New, smaller asteroids are being attached to the statue, their surface serving as the foundation for glorious palaces and temples, and their inner tunnels as home for commoners and rabble. Cool. Persimus Dwayne intends to conquer the Koronus Expanse and build the most grandiose structure which will shine through the ages, praising the names of its creators and its descendants. Footfall, the Palace of the Stars, the glory of the great Persimus deeds will live on throughout its ages. The great Persimus Dwayne intends to conquer. Spirit in this machine is enraged and will perform its function no more. I will see to it that the profaners responsible for its maintenance are marked for servo penance. So it kind of seems like as this game goes on, you will take control of this, probably this entire city, and use this place as like your foothold in the Koronus Expanse.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
You know, I certainly get the vibe that this game is about conquering the Koronus Expanse.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Undoubtedly depicts Parsimus Dwayne, the legendary rogue trader. Ooh, wow. He looks like Adeptus Mechanicus, holding the Omniscience axe and everything. Also, he looks like a skeleton. I can't see anything.
None shall stand in my way.
A machine right set, a set of sacred skulls and cogitators that can appease the keepers of any technology. And then we have just another little lore task down here.
Successful.
Mishmash of devices and cables, equipment from totally different eras. Some ancient, some merely old, and others hastily tossed together in more recent years. The Emperor protects my son. Man with a face so drawn it appears to be made of nothing but skin and bone fixes his unblinkable bird-like eyes on you. Simple black clothes have next to no adornments, and they do nothing to mask his unhealthy gauntness. The Emperor protects, father. But he only protects those who are pure of heart. You think yourself one of them, my son? Definitely not, man. We are a super villain. You must be the young von Valancius. The name carries weight and a burdensome one, for its reputation suggests that Theodora encumbered it with many a sin. Will you seek to shed those sins or carry them onwards, picking them along the way like ripe fruit and savoring their sweet poison? Keep up this attitude and you'll be featured in my next confession. Have no doubt about me. I'm a complete reprobate and an inveterate sinner whose existence is an affront to the Emperor. Let's learn a little about Theodora first. A woman of great gifts, but few considered virtue to be one of them. People whispered that power had corrupted her, made her believe that she was entitled to anything she wanted. She showed cordiality to Xenos, broke taboos, and violated dogmas. How do you know who I am? The Emperor has blessed me with acute hearing, and people did the rest. How many members of your crew do you think came to confess their sins the moment they arrived in port? Awareness check succeeded. The priest's voice was rasping and harsh, but you still managed to pick up a strange change in tone. There was something hidden behind this shift in his speech, something that he did not consider necessary to explain. Rogue traders are the Emperor's anointed. I act at his command, as evidenced by his signature on my warrant. And did he grant you personally? The Emperor has entrusted his servants with the future of humanity, but people are too weak and flawed to prove themselves worthy of his trust. Only suffering can cleanse us. I mean, it's very funny options here. I like that everything is just like 100% chance. You know what? We're definitely going to go like dark. Let's try the persuasion check for now. Well, then I'll be twice as diligent, for this sector will seize any chance to test your faith. Greetings, sister. He looks at Argenta. I congratulate you on your return. Was your pilgrimage fruitful? Here's the problem. If we become like an absolute retrobate, who are we going to romance in the main game? Because obviously Argenta is top choice right now. Sister Sororitas, super babe. Let it be known to you that Theodora von Valancius' ship was attacked by servants of chaos who appall the heart of any righteous soul. And not all of them met a fitting end. Some fled, and more to that, their blasphemous words clearly pointed to this attack being part of a larger design. Hieronius, I wish to join the esteemed rogue trader's crew and help protect the von Valancius dynasty from the forces of chaos. Relieve me of your duties as guardian of the Footfall Reliquary. I would second this plea if pleading weren't beneath me. I cannot oppose the prevail of righteous hearts that wish to bring its wrath upon servants of the arch enemy. Follow the call of your soul, sister. The reliquary will be preserved even without your contribution. I know what it is you calls you to follow the rogue trader. You seek combat, for it helps you forget how hollow and worthless our lives truly are. It offers the illusion of meeting. You will relinquish this illusion one day and perhaps will die before that day comes. I wish you luck. But before you start on a path towards your new destiny, I have a request to make. Many among my flock are from the poorest, most dispossessed people of Footfall. Troubling news from the shadow quarters, in the darkest corners where the liege's guards do not venture, taint has taken root. Oh, this is where that treasure was. Consumed by sin, but even here, true heresy serving chaos is a rarity. The cultists who now dwell in the shadow quarter mark their abodes with a sun inscribed by blue and gold, perform strange rituals in secret. The weak find solace in believing these reports to be rumors, but I well know that evil lurks all around us. I come across heresy surprisingly often these days. Dark times are upon us, and sinners grow ever more eager to embrace heresy, both on Footfall and elsewhere. Its foul buds are coming into bloom. Troubling news is arriving from many planets. There are whispers of wicked things taking place on Kiava Gamma, and just recently a transport ship in the name of Navica teeming with refugees arrived on Footfall from Winterscale's realm. The world was stricken with blasphemous sedition. Such was its severity that they had to flee to save themselves. The Liege refused to accept them, and so they headed for Foulstone. It was wise of them not to linger in this den of sin. Why don't you go to the Liege with this matter? I do not walk the paths pleasing to the Liege. Valedum is weak and riddled with worms on the inside. He wishes to please his Casbalica masters. Yeah, we like Casbalica. Peddlers of relics of the unholy Xenos. Alright, we'll verify this rumor. I almost wish for the rumor to be true. My heart yearns to battle some heretics. Can we move our conversation to a place more befitting people of our rank? Here I can see the sin. If I were in the habit of locking myself in a temple, I would have made time to intervene. Golden Hurls are home to far filthier things. All right, we don't need to talk to this guy too much. I don't need to know his whole story right now.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
We got a blocked passage here.
Done.
Nice. We actually
I won't
failed our last
tolerate
athletics
weakness.
check, so.
Making
Locked.
adjustments.
Need a multi-key. Well, we have a multi-charge.
Damn it.
Are you kidding me? We failed every single one of those? Huh. Rolled an 87 on an 80 for the tech check. And then a 67 on a 45 for the demo charge. Well, I guess some things aren't meant to be. Pretty flowers overgrown with weeds. The halls of the Footfall's former palaces and temples have been overrun by the shabby houses of the present-day inhabitants.
My knowledge
Listen,
has
look.
its limits.
Gosh darn it. Rolled a 90 on the machine right. And we lost our machine right set doing that too.
It's
Wait, yo,
about
yo.
time.
Can we get up here? This barricade was probably controlled by that logic gate. Almost certainly. Liege's Palace, other parts of Footfall. All right, well, let's go say hi to the Liege, who is here. No, going the wrong way again. Easy to get turned around.
A new challenge for me?
Mislaid my favorite flask a few days ago. For the life of me, I cannot imagine where it's got to. I wonder, perhaps one of you purloined it. This is our psyker talking. All right, before we get into liege business,
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I'm gonna get into coffee business for a hot second. Okay, heretical scum. Let's go see what noble crimes we can get into. Vladium Tokera, the liege. My patience, you remember the way out? Dismissed. Vladium. What Ashi put such harsh words into your mouth? You talk like you're an Imperial clerk, not one of us. Where's my cargo, Vladium? Falco has it, doesn't he? That's how you do business with your old friends these days. You don't remember, then the help will remind you. Guards, escort her out. Hey, Derry, move. Jay, get going while he's letting you. Go drown your sorrows at the Damascus and thank your lucky stars you're able to walk out the door. I wonder if this is a character we can get on our team. First an insult and now threats. I see courtesy and tact are no longer a valued commodity on Footfall. I'll find myself a better deal. She turns on her heels, heads towards the exits. As she passes by you, she gives you a quick once-over, winks, and then immediately turns away with a flip of her jet black hair. Definitely she is a romanceable character. I know a romanceable character when I see one. Vladium Tokera, Liege of Footfall. Let us proceed to my office. A spread befitting visitors of your rank is waiting. Your entourage will be accommodated nearby. I was expecting a welcome more befitting a visit from a rogue traitor, not a scene. Ah, let's go. Ooh, he took all my guns. While you're engaged in small talk, you get a chance to take a measure of the liege. His expression is aloof and focused, his gestures curt and firm, and his speech calm and quiet. As though he is used to people always listening to what he says. Judging by his observant gaze, he's been studying you in turn this entire time. Straightens his chair and says in a polite but completely indifferent tone, let's talk business. On behalf of the elite of Footfall Station, I offer you my condolences, Lord Von Valancius. We mourn Lady Theodora's loss, and we hope this settlement is taken as a sign of our good intentions and willingness to cooperate. I've heard more sincere expressions of grief. I'm gonna be saucy. A fair point. You can, however, be assured of the sincerity of my desires to cooperate with you. I'm impressed by your prudence. Your decision to arrive on Footfall incognito without announcing either the death of the previous rogue trader or your own status is quite wise. The rumors will spread sooner or later. It's impossible to keep secret something that's known to the thousands of people serving on a voidship, but for now you're free to reap the benefits of anonymity. As you may have noticed, Footfall is currently in a state of crisis. Its people would benefit from the patronage of a figure such as yourself. I was attacked right at the docks. An outrageous stunt, a show of disrespect to both you and me. A more akin to natural disasters, impossible to predict or preempt. They simply happen. Many consider Footfall to be a pirate den, but believe me when I say that there is nothing different. That there is a difference between organized crime and gangs of thugs who have nothing to lose. You were attacked by the latter. The Anvers are a gang of punks who spit on our customs and hierarchy. Even their leader is more akin to an ideologue, a rabble-rouser who shouts, go on, not a commander. Sooner or later, we'll find him and have him strung up. That will likely cool his followers' fervor. Confident and calm, he seems he isn't terribly worried about the band of void-born rats. Warning! Negligence with which you do business is insulting for an individual of my stature. Man, we can really just be like big boss. How come they haven't been dealt with? I've been using all my resources to delay the moment when the station is hit by famine. I haven't gotten around to the Anvers yet. As detrimental as they are, they're no players. More of a troublemaker than a gang leader with no plan or ambitions. They don't issue orders, they merely incite slaughter and robberies. When the Void Rat dies, the rest will scatter. Oh, hello, Duty Gary. Welcome on in, folks. Oh, thank you so much for the raid. I much appreciate. Welcome on in, Halcyon crew. Welcome. Hello. I saw you were playing a little Rogue Trader as well this morning. We've been being a bit of a crime daddy here today. Getting into all the trouble, being really saucy to everyone that we possibly can. It's been a lot of fun. Hope you're well and having fun. I am indeed. I hope you are well as well. To those of you who don't know me, my name is AgentNumberOne. I am a strategy simulation streamer. I originally started in like the Total War world, but now I play a lot of things like Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld. I always see 2D Curie and the Halcyon group like in all the same categories I'm in all the time. So it's wonderful to have you in here. I'm lurking in your channel quite frequently in the mornings. So love that. I played the criminal background and did bad things. Yes. Great minds think alike, or fools seldom differ, one or the others. Is it already out? No. So this is early alpha. I'm part of the Owlcats partner program. So we've gotten like an early quick look at it. It's probably not coming out until sometime kind of like, I would say like Q3 next year. If I was a betting man, I don't know that for certain, but that's my guess. I was very excited for it. Very nice. I mean, if you haven't played the Pathfinder games, I highly recommend it. We're just in conversation right now with Vladimir Tokara, the criminal liege, I guess, of the place, of Footfall, and getting down to some crime business, getting to be new friends. Reza, Darkside, Beyond Your Born, and 2D, thank you all for the follows. Welcome to the agency, and thank you again for bringing your raiders here. I much appreciate it. It's coming out soon, TM. Yes, time is subjective. How many times have I beaten Wrath of the Righteousness? I haven't beaten it yet. I'm actually just doing a playthrough off stream right now. I will say it took me 15 hours to create my character, which is definitely a record for character creation for me. I made so many different characters before I settled on who I actually wanted to play in that game. And then I think I did like the tutorial, the intro mission, and then was like, no, I'm not happy, went back, re-rolled, and now I'm like in the crusade in that game. So yeah, no, I'm not joking. Literally 15 hours. It was like a week and a half of my evenings. I would just like spend an hour or two here and there plotting out different character builds and stuff. I play a lot of D&D, and I'm a huge fan of tabletop games. So I had to see like Doctor Strange. I had to just see like every path before me before I could like make up my mind to decide where to go. More that you know the system than the opposite. Yeah, that's how it feels. You're fast at 15. I think I felt okay with that. So we're being saucy to this guy right now, giving him some guff. I beg your pardon, your lordship, but it was your wish to arrive on Footfall incognito. By doing so, you've deprived me of the opportunity to provide you with numerous enforcers befitting your high status. I strongly advise you to exercise caution on the station until you decide to publicly announce that Footfall has the honor of hosting a rogue trader. I want to know more about this woman that got thrown out. A dead woman walking. Some call her Jay Haidari, small-time hustler with big ambitions that will lead you to a sticky end. There's so many, it looks like so many romanceable characters in this game. I'm really excited for it. Lore Imperium check. It's strange that a small-time hustler, even a particularly audacious one, wouldn't likely quarrel in public with a figure as important as the Liege of Footfall. What seems stranger still is that the Liege knows this small fry by name. She is irrelevant, since I'm the one in control. I can speak on behalf of all of its noteworthy residents. We got Xeno raids growing more frequent, trade suffering, fringe worlds going under, rumors of atrocities committed by the enemies of humanity. The core of the Imperium forces are departed for the sector's borders to combat the Xenos threat. While there's been no word with them for a while, the distance and current issue with Astropass is not entirely out of the ordinary. But we are not alone. Several of the worlds hit by Xeno attacks. We've received reports of fierce warriors who descended from the sky and entered the fray. Sounds like Space Marines. Lead me to believe that the Adeptus Astartes are operating in the Koronus Expanse, and I await news of their victories with great anticipation. Any Xeno attacks here? Footfall in general is not a particularly reasonable thing to attack. Many ships are docked here at any given time. Simply load ourselves into them and disappear. Xenos are more of a source of income than a threat. Now we get a chance to make some money. Tia, Ocean, and Retnig, thank you for the follows. Welcome to the agency. Are we talking about dealing in Xeno artifacts here? The cold trade, they called it earlier. Dangerously close to heresy. Approve of fear of Xenotech. One must know and understand the enemy. There's no shame in selling one's trophies for profit. I find it utterly unacceptable and have no desire to speak about this, but my seneschal is a good listener. Are we talking about dealing in Xeno things? In a matter of speaking, Footfall is a place where anything can be bought, and mind you, where anything can be sold. One must know and understand the enemy. I'm convinced that your connections with Footfall will allow you to broaden your knowledge and understanding of Xenos considerably. I will see to it that your curiosity is satisfied in every way. It's really interesting. If you decide to play a character in this who is like really gung-ho for the Emperor, there's so many companions that you must like lock out. Because I know that there's Eldar companions that you can get. And I guess like anyone technically who's a Xeno, you couldn't really have in your party. I mean, if you were like a true son of the Emperor or daughter of the Emperor. Nobody is perfect except for the Emperor and the Omniscia, maybe. A different kind of security. You will have already encountered difficulties with warp navigation on your way here. Reports of disrupted route and ships vanishing during short jumps are coming in from across the entire sector. The greatest crime of the Xenos is their existence. We did electrocute some Xenos in the last area. There was a thing that was like, you can pay $1 and you can punish the Xenos. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna push that button. I'm basically pushing every button I can right now just for fun. Communication with the Calaxis sector has been extremely unstable. One of the ships that have dived into the Maw in recent years, none have returned. The visits we've had from the other side have also been suspiciously few in number. The last ship that came through the Maw was struck by a temporal anomaly. What is the Maw? A turbulent region of space that divides the Koronus Expanse from the rest of the Imperium of Man. Okay. So this is different than like the Eye of Chaos. I need a map. You're well aware that the warp is unpredictable and fluctuations are common, even expected occurrence. An open mind is like a fortress with its gates unbarred. I mean, you can't have people learning things in the Imperium of Man. If they learn things, they might figure out that maybe the whole thing is a bad idea. That maybe we could learn a lot from the other Xenos. That maybe sacrificing 1,000 people to a skeleton on a giant golden throne every day is not the best use of our resources. But that brings us to the main issue. We're a repair station and a trading post, barely produce anything ourselves, and are largely dependent on incoming shipments, especially food. The station naturally has some reserves, but the issues didn't start yesterday. They'd be obliged if House von Valancius would assist us by signing a contract for food deliveries. I can't be the only one you've asked for help. Tried contacting other rogue traders, but the terms of House Corda would have bled Footfall dry. Winter Scale, instead of a food shipment for him, I received a transport packed with refugees. I had to send them off to Foulstone. Oh, we heard about this. This was like the refugees from another planet. That basically, like, everyone just abandoned them, so they had to come here, and then they sent them to Foulstone, and it's all just a mess. These refugees are like, no, we're good to go. I can't wait for this, because clearly, like, Foulstone is going to be another location you can visit. It sounds like heresy. Oh, there's a lot of heresy going on here, Battles. There's a ton of heresy. I feel bad when people feel weird when people think the Imperium is good. Yes. I always say the Imperium is just the Skaven in the 40k universe. Like, it's just a bunch of rats that have grown up to be people, basically. They all think only for themselves. They have no problem throwing people into, like, gunfire and mortar lines and everything else. I put my faith in you, the third and last of Footfall's allies. All right, what are the terms? Deliveries of food shipment from your fertile worlds, Janus, I imagine, in exchange for fair payment. The payment will be unfair as I will be robbing you blind, but you will remain in charge. Do we have a deal? Absolutely, I'm picking this. I have no interest in obtaining any favors in kind or becoming your patients, only in saving people's lives. I'm gonna do this. I'm not gonna make him beg for it, but I will be very clear I'm robbing him blind. Why would Footfall agree to such a deal? By accepting it, we would anger the esteemed Incendia Corda without gaining anything. Interesting. I want to be in with these guys, so I don't really need them to beg. But I do want favors, like, you know, so I'm gonna help him. I'm immensely obliged, your lordship. I assume you're going to need time to get the shipments up and running. On my end, I promise to complete cooperation with your endeavors. What's happening in the Shadow Quarters? Why is there a quarantine? Who knows? It could be an actual epidemic, or perhaps two families that started it just came down with food poisoning at the same time. We're on a space station and the best solution is to isolate the area and burn them all with flamethrowers. Order the entire asteroid to be attached and dropped into the star. Wow, I missed that. Yeah, I've been told that when the previous leader was faced with a similar station. He did, and what a senseless decision it was. There are more reliable ways of disinfecting an area without having to lose a whole asteroid. I love that this station is just a bunch of asteroids connected together. It's so cool. That maneuver of his destabilized the station's integrity, and the consequences of that were still being felt until he became liege. When he entered office, I had to negotiate with the tech priests to make the necessary repairs, and it cost me a preposterous amount of time, money, and resources. I want to enter the quarantine zone. I mean, I did say we were going to try to help these people at least. Could have at least supplied the people trapped in the quarantine zone with food and water. I could have, but I'm certainly not going to. I wouldn't even under normal circumstances with the threat of famine hanging over the station. Well, I'm not going to give them medicine from my ship. We're a bad guy in this situation, so... Yeah, my question was born out of idle curiosity. Solve your problems however you see fit. They're no concern of mine. Pleasure doing business with you. Where does one go to make a few deals? Help the people doesn't sound like 40K. No, it absolutely does not. I mean, I really like the idea that you could be a very noble rogue trader and then you can also set up a massive criminal empire. I got a feeling when we do the full playthrough of this, we're going to go like super heretical, super chaotic, and it's just going to be a disaster. We're going to absolutely cause some shenanigans to happen in the Koronus Expanse. Here, I am the main dealer on this station, and it would be disrespectful for me to suggest that you take your business to footfall traders of lesser importance. You may take a few interests, the Reverend, the servants of the Ecclesiarchy. Looking for goods that you can find Octaviana at the Adaptus Amascius. I think we talked to her. All right, well, I'm interested in your wares. An elite chainsword. Ooh. Space crime time. Yeah, we're going big time on the space crime time. I wouldn't mind a few multi-keys because if I get locked out of chests, it's kind of nice to be able to get into them. Armored body glove. No. Ooh, a Drukari clave. I think I'm going to buy this chainsword. Because this is what our main guy uses, right? So that's 25. We have 30. It recycles 0.3 in every cycle. I have no idea what that means. Why not? What else are we doing with money, right? We have a chainsword. This does 15 to 21 instead of 14 to 18. It also matches our outfit way nicer. Yeah, I mean, that's 100% of the reason to use it right there. Does anybody else need a chainsword just in case? I guess we could, in theory, give one to you. Why not? Big time rhyme with space time crime. Oh my god. Are we really buying stuff with profit factor? Imagine if money was a capped regenerating resource. I mean, that's the thing is like I don't know how fast a cycle takes. But I figure, you know, it's only the alpha. There's only so much we get to do. I might as well have some fun and buy some fancy stuff. I want to see what it's like. Quick check just to see if there's anything else we got to talk to him about. I think that's probably it though.
Stand in my way.
questions about footfall. Something tells me you used to be a bit of a bandit yourself. My path was long and bloody, but in the end I rose to running a gang. Staked its claim to a treatment filter station. Those who survived figured it would be more convenient to put me at the head than continue to slaughter turf war. Sound logic in having the sharpest mind run the station. The administrative would have installed some pitiful clerk instead. Appreciate your breadth of thinking. In this day and age, few choose to allow themselves such a thing. Who holds the reins of the Xenogood? The Kazbalika mission. So this is who I really want to get in with. Criminal syndicate that has seized control of the coal trade in the sector. Every single colony has a Kazbalikan agent or two. Making friends with this organization is as profitable as it is dangerous to make enemies of them. Just so happens that I've managed to earn their trust to conduct their business under his watchful eye. Blasphemers of impure thought, the coal trade is a shameful encroachment on the privileges of the Adeptus Mechanicus. All right, very good. Very good. I don't need to worry about his oath right now. We have other business to do. A cycle takes roughly a cycle. I mean, that checks out. That makes sense to me. All right. So, ooh, Bastion Corda. So this is the other rogue trader. Noble sir, a minute of your time, if you please. I'm Bastion and Dramera Bastial Corda, a youngest cousin of House Corda, envoy of the Incendia Bastal Corda. Oh my god, the way they talk is just insane. Rogue trader of the Koronus Expanse. I noticed that you arrived on the esteemed lady's ship, and you don't know the lady is dead. Corda, they're some of the most influential rogue traders in the Koronus Expanse, but not on footfall. This station is under the control of House Winterscale. Hide the truth, reveal the truth. What do you wish to speak with me about? A matter of utmost delicacy. You see, you've been to the residence of the Liege. Vladium almost certainly appealed to you for assistance in the arrangement of shipments to Footfall. The Von Valancius trade empire is famed for its abundance of its main agri-world Janus. It would be odd for him not to seize on such an opportunity. However, Corda dynasty pursues its own interests. We've already announced our terms to the Liege, but he is stalling in hopes of getting a better offer from you. The Corda dynasty believes that cooperation would be preferable for both rogue trader houses. If you refuse Vladim, thereby forcing him to agree to deal with us, a Corda dynasty could promise you a share of the profits from the future contract. The Emperor's most loyal servants should be more concerned with carrying his will throughout the star and less with divvying up profits amongst themselves. Especially when the well-being of an imperial world is at stake. Behind your smile, Master Bastion, Teal's shadows swirl. Others may not see them, but your worry cannot escape my eye. What are you afraid of? Your House's wrath should these negotiations prove fruitless, or the wrath of House von Valancius? Idra, who was yawning in boredom, flinches and clutches her faces. They're coming again, brothers of the one who came before. I don't get it. Do they all have a death wish? Dry your weapon. I appreciate the warning. Would you mind elaborating on the terms of your proposal? I think screw this house. You know what? Like, I'm getting in with the crime family right now, basically. What do I care? This cripples another rogue trader. As far as I'm concerned, this is good business. Perhaps you would like to give my proposal a little more consideration. Bastion smiles and opens his mouth to offer another piece of sugar-coated courtesy when suddenly, blam! Death to the off-worlders. Oh my god. They shot his head clean off. Look at it. Lanny Goggle Eyes. This is good. We haven't had a fight in a while. I'm ready to boogie. All right. My little sniper, Psyker,
Cover me.
who is ever so fragile. We got thugs, thuggy thugs, thug, armor, thug. Like, let's go for the guys with the guns if we can. Actually, you know what?
Anything else?
These guys are... Well, never mind. She just shot through him and killed a guy back here? Whoa. Let's get it. My goodness. Can I charge this guy? Strikes the target that interrupts the fighter's path with a basic melee attack. This does not count towards the amount of attacks I'm able to make in a round. So if I do this,
At your beck and call.
boom, we give him with the thunder hammer. Oh, that is all my movement though. I don't know.
It will be done.
And then we'll endure. Oh, we got guys coming in from the side here too. Our poor little tech priest. I think is just gonna have to make some shots. We do this one, we get to do an AoE. Yes, look at this. I could hit all of these guys.
Running my narrative.
Big plasma blast. But leaving myself way in the open. Honestly, I think I'm just going to go really greedy right now. Charge in and cut through as many of these guys as possible.
Nothing I can't do.
Then I can even charge this guy.
I don't have time for this. Not my
Can I?
specialty. Already done.
All right, that didn't go as planned. We do have a heroic act saved up at least, which basically gives us another full turn.
To my bloodline.
So I'm gonna do that. This is the boss guy right here. Honestly, like, yeah, let's just go
I
behind
shall not
him.
fear. Suits my purposes.
He looks like a sniper, so he's probably going to run. And we have this new chainsword that does crazy good damage. So
Nothing I can't do.
we'll do endure to get a little defensive action. Oh my god, I can just attack twice. My god, this guy is so good. They've done a really good job at making your main character feel like a boss in this. Like, minimum range on the charge, I think so. All creatures within his... I actually don't know. It seemed like it should have worked. Ouch. Ouch, but not ouch. Uh-oh. Stun grenade. Huge miss. Mostly misses. We can come over here and do some Psyker's shenanigans. Or, I guess, Navigator shenanigans.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Oh my god. Do it get better than that?
I am a navigator.
The navigators might.
We did hit the guard, but, like, you know what? Small price to pay. I have my battle sister, though I don't even know. Just feels like she's... Doesn't matter where we go with her. There's not going to be any cover, that's for sure. You're a thug. You're a specialist. I'm going to plug this dude.
I need targets, not guidance.
Or not.
I am his will made manifest.
But we do have this ability, which allows us to make like 1,000,000 shots
That is
against
for
every
the-
target. So we'll shoot him. Then we'll shoot
Faith
him.
without deeds is worthless.
Then we'll
I'll
shoot
do it.
him. Then we'll shoot this guy
I
again.
need targets, not guidance.
And again. I
Doubt
feel
is
like
for
she
the
could just keep making these shots. I think I have 3 more. No, okay, there we go. Now she ran out. This is a great character. I really like her. And I tell you what, there's one guy there. There's a couple guys there. I'm gonna dash
I'll do
just to
it.
here, so I'm in cover at the very least. Dodge, nice. Our boy's hard to hit. I do like how it feels very XCOM-y, like the combat. There's a nice feel to it in this game. You got heavy armor. You got. I can plug this dude.
What of course. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
And then just leave her, I suppose. This dude can't get to anybody where he is.
A tactically sound approach.
And I guess a weapon switch is free, which is cool. Can you hit that? You can with the Melta. Missed him, but got him out of cover. I love this gun. It's very fun. You might as well just move right here and take a pot shot at this dude.
Request approved.
Ain't nothing fancy you gotta do.
The script from prognosis is
And you're gonna just like
Suits
cut
my
these dudes.
purposes.
I'm just gonna go from like guy to guy here, just cutting them all in absolute tatters if I can. Charge.
Already done.
Just explodes them. So satisfying.
If I
All
may,
right. And then
another
yeah,
foe
that's it.
painted
You're dead.
black.
Solid combat. Feels very good. Great success. An Auspex grants a +5 bonus to the awareness tests. This guy also had a sniper rifle, a primitive sword, and some pretty basic armor. This is actually worth a lot. This is worth 15 PF. These are both worth nothing, so. I guess that guy who died probably isn't worth much either.
Look no further.
Nothing down here, nothing down here. Sector 2 wants your back. Make sure you're not being followed. Location of the base has been found. Its entrance is somewhere in Sector 2 in the Shadow Quarters. Casing chest plate. +4 armor deflection. Another chainsword. I'm going to take that just for fun. Something about it, I just can't turn down the opportunity to grab more chainswords. I cannot loot that guy's body, though. All right, let's get out of here. Let's get the heck out of here. Primitive tools, holy writings, engine coolant, dreadful Xenos. So we're going up here to the other parts of Footfall. So far, I really like, compared to the other, like the Pathfinder, you know, Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteousness, I feel like there's a lot less combats, at least in this location, but they feel a lot bigger in a good way. The martyr's endurance. We couldn't get here before, but I thought we went to this bar already. Unless this is the place in the Adeptus Asclepius or something they called it. It was the ship that they perked. Yeah, okay, this is the same place. So there was that lady we could trade with. We never actually talked to the bartender here. There she is. Yes, and Jay is here. Who I wanted to talk to. Rough day. You have no idea. It's the second bottle you've downed. Hey man, you're a bartender. Don't judge her. It's space. It's space in the year 40,000. Braska sends his regards. What does that unholy scion of a Grox and a Brahmin want from me? Get her. Don't think so, Ashmeg.
At least I tried, bastards!
Tell Braska to kill himself next time. Ooh, I like that she left one alive to send a message. This mess. Get out. Get some sleep. Also, like, good shot for drinking 2 bottles. Octi Shireen, light of my eyes. Can't you see my soul is full of sadness? Have you no heart at all? Let go of your material concerns and let me grieve in peace. Yeah, I like this. I like this character. She seems fun. Have we met somewhere before? The brunette looks at you with the glassy eyes of a drunk, and you notice the 2 empty bottles that have been keeping her company before you arrived. She looks completely out of place in this dingy, smoky bar. The fancy attire, the abundance of jewelry, the implants plated with precious metals. Her appearance not only screams wealth, but also audacity, for only an audacious person would flaunt her wealth in a place like this. Greetings, Shireen. With whom do I have the honor of speaking? Call me Rogue Trader. I love that her name is Rogue Trader. It's very funny. Here's to our meeting, Rogue Trader. It doesn't take a genius to figure out you're someone special, since you've been granted an audience with the Liege of Footfall himself. Always a pleasure to make the acquaintance of someone powerful, and the timing couldn't be better. Jay Hadari at your service, professional trader, shrewd commercial broker, and may, as you steal my tongue if I'm lying, the most honest dealer on Footfall. I don't know that I'm not so interested. Nevertheless, we have our problems that at times one's many merits aren't enough to solve them. Perhaps it would be no trouble for a person of your power and standing to assist someone with my kind of predicament. One cardinal rule on Footfall: anything goes as long as it doesn't get in the way of business. Someone who's been able to exploit that rule to the fullest, and in recent years I've hit it so big I've become a speck of sand in someone's green eye. They used to throw small wrenches into my dealings here and there, but now they've decided to really put their backs into it. Some rats stole my cargo right out from under my nose in the seediest part of the Shadow Quarters. When I asked Elise for protection, we had a mutual misunderstanding. Vladim, in a most lamentable fashion, has forgotten his duties as guardian of the downtrodden and wronged, and in desperate need of a new one. You fit the bill perfectly. Drop by one dark corner of the Shadow Quarters and pound it into the thief's head that taking Hidari's property carries certain risks. You want me to burn my bridges with Vladim too? A trifle like restoring cargo to its rightful owner won't change his disposition towards an esteemed figure such as yourself. What can I offer in terms of payment? I can, however, offer something else. My boundless knowledge. You will appreciate the services of an expert on trading operations. Where I'm from, they call this kind of deal wisdom selling. Top of my personal talents and insights, I have at my disposal a whole network of scholared brokers ready to procure anything from anywhere at the snap of the finger, be it from any world the webway. May the Exalted preserve us from the schemes of his enemies, the warp itself. I'm starting to like her. Yeah, I'll help you. She pulls out a data slate and shows you the map of Footfall. We shouldn't be seen together before we make it to the safe house. I'll head there first. I'll take my own special route so I won't be spotted. That's where the Ashmags are keeping the stolen cargo. Over the bar, over the bridge, to the left there in the depths. See you soon.
It's about time.
Can I talk to the bartender? The burly woman with a wealth of fiery hair is in the process of tinkering with some unknown device that's clinking melodiously. She's a rough-looking implant in place of her lower jaw. The implant begins to move. Welcome to the Adeptus Amascius, sir. What can Octaviana get you? Amasec, low, something more interesting. Definitely don't want to drink the local hooch. But maybe, but also probably not. Let's learn a little bit about this woman we're going to go work for. Apologies of me and my big mouth. I guess this is why they broke my jaw so many times. Jay's pretty great. She made a name for herself. She's a woman who came from nothing, follows an unwritten rules of this place, and doesn't walk all over the weaker folks. She drinks like a fish to boot. Sad thing is, it looks like she's got on the wrong side of the liege, and since both of them, all three of us have ties to Casbalica. Interesting. Do you know anything about the Andrews gang? Maybe I do, maybe I know something, but let's not talk about it to the whole bar. Ambers are scum among scum, most unhinged goons you can find on Footfall. Liege tried to bring them into line, but it's nothing like this. You clear out one group, and in the meantime, 5 more spring into place. No one knows who their leader is or where he operates from. The most recent leaflets always show up in a big same area in the slum asteroid. Give me the latest. Tale I heard from a tipsy Voidburn and a cargo barge. They exited the warp halfway between Furbundus and Evorius and came upon a shuttle wreck registered to the Inevitability of Triumph, a merchant ship that disappeared decades ago. Bound for Footfall with our cargo holds brimming with valuable goods. Cool. That's just like a quest you can get for out in space. Some poor sot was here bawling about how his crew tossed out a whole shipment of cargo along with the trash, and it was his fault. Once they docked at Footfall, he immediately went on the run. Had they discovered his blunder, he would have been executed. I don't know what kind of cargo it was, but the ship he served with goes between Footfall and Winter Scales. Passes on the 100 Dreams Crossroad and Landgren's Belt. If you happen by that area, you might want to look what he chucked overboard. Great. Oh, I'm glad we stopped in here to talk to her. Let's go beat up some Amber Gangers. Go smash some thugs. There's also a few things still down on those docks. There's like the key code to get into that secret locker. And like then there was that one leaflet we found that told us about like the 4 locations. About the book, the customs officer, the guess what, the window, and then the docks. That I could not make heads or tails of. Look at this guy up here. I want to know who this guy is. This crazy looking. Is that meant to be us? Is that the rogue trader? This dual wielding guns like yeehaw. This is clearly a space wolf, which is very fun if you get him as a companion. Rogue Trader, I would like to remind you about Reverend Hieronius' request. Search for a potential cultist den in the Shadow Quarters. You know Footfall better than me. Do you think the rumors of heretics are true? Time, I would have said it was likely a fabrication. One can say many things about the Casbalica mission and the other shady operators, but even those thugs are loyal to the Emperor, and so they mercilessly exterminate outright heretics. Heretics have launched an open attack on a Rogue Trader's ship. A member of your dynasty, Voidship, has turned out to be one of them, and Footfall itself is sinking deeper and deeper into madness. In these times of strife, I'm willing to believe in heretics who openly perform their dark rituals and brazenly mark their dens with sacrilegious symbols. You seem weighed down by something. What? No! Apologies. Being here on Footfall is difficult. It's a minor personal weakness. If something is troubling you, tell me. Perhaps I can help. Suppose I could share it with you, but the tale will be long and I'll have to start from the beginning. She wasn't born in the Koronus, sent here to be the guardian of the reliquary, but my ship came caught in a warp anomaly, and although it only lasted days, decades had flown by in real space. When she arrived on Footfall, it felt like she'd been erased from time. No one was waiting for her on this side of the Maw. The people who were supposed to greet me, who knew about my imminent arrival, had died. Reliquary that should have been mine to safeguard had instead been taken under the protection of the Reverend and his brethren. They had no need of her help. Footfall became her cage. I didn't know who I was or what purpose I had been here. The way that Calaxis seemed like another trap. Even if I were to find a ship headed there, my sector, my order, they too would have lived decades without her. Whenever I'm reminded of the months spent on Footfall, it feels like I'm falling into the pit. I hope the rumors of cultists turn out to be true. I can't wait to prove with my bolter that the world and the Imperium need me. That wasn't that long. Why did you stay on Footfall come to an end? A sign, a portent showed me the right path, but it's not something I can speak of like this on the street in this den of sin. Let us be on our way. All right. Just a quick reminder. Symbols of a sun inscribed in blue and gold.
None shall stand in my way.
That shouldn't be too hard to find. He says, completely uncertain if that is true or not. I mean, this looks like works.
Right there. Stop. There.
Oh, there we go.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Rising sun symbol seems oddly repulsive, even sinister. Oh, this is where the trap was.
A new challenge for me?
A warehouse. Well, we haven't been in here. We take a peek. Find some cultists. Cut them up with chain swords. You know, just like the Emperor wants. Remnants of metallic tags have been cut. Oh, this place is full of amber thugs. Wait. Why is she working with amber thugs?
Follow my lead.
Uh-oh. Little voices are whispering that there's trouble waiting up ahead, and if you don't take things down a notch, you could be caught with your trousers down. Let's quick save.
Victory awaits.
Figuratively or literally, I'm not sure. Get the feeling this was originally a standard box for transporting non-fragile cargo and then was sealed manually.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Servitors and like, why are we here with Anvergangers?
None shall stand in my way.
Bandit, hitman, thugs, servitors. Step bro, what's up? We're checking out a little rogue trader action.
Should I divine our next step?
Can you get them with that from here?
That is not my destiny. Quiet. They're trying to tell me something.
Combat servitor, thug, bandit, hitman. Thug. You know what? Let's just shoot him.
Was that you? Or...
Submit and you'll die quickly.
That'll work okay.
Take you down.
Here we go. So if I move up, I'm obviously horrified of all these barrels, but I can get almost all of these guys in one of these AoEs.
If you insist.
Eyeball.
Break.
How you doing? How's work treating you? It's going well. We're having a lot of fun with this this little sneak peek we've got today. Oh, she's not very good at all. She's not doing any damage. Oh god. Oh, I can absolutely 100% blast these dudes.
Will do.
Oh, wow. It did not do a lot, though. Oh, and there's a lot more. There's an awful lot more. All right. So this guy's our tank. Abelard. He's got the wrong gun out right now. If I go here, trying to figure out how this thunder hammer works. Okay, it hits in front of him and it does that entire chain. Okay, so if I go here, I can hit the two of these guys. We're going to be brutally in the open, but that's kind of what he does best. If I'm going to be completely honest.
It will be done.
Slam. And I might even be able to charge. This guy?
At your beck and call.
Not quite.
Victory is imminent.
But I can at least get into some cover and get into the back lines here with him, so that's good. This guy is our tank, famous last words. I know, right?
High momentum.
He's been pretty good in tanky though.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
He's done us proud. Oh, this is a good rat-a-tat-tat here.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Boom. I don't know where those other two shots went. Apparently, like, right into the cover next to her. She's got enough to do this heroic act, though, again, so I'm just going to do it.
I crave.
Because it gives her, like, a million
As the Emperor
attacks.
commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Okay, there goes that guy's cover.
I need targets, not guidance.
My god, bolters are so much fun. Who would have guessed a gun that basically just shoots massive explosive charges would be so much fun? This thing has a ton of armor. And there's another one of them back there, combat servitors. Well,
I'll do it.
dang. You know what?
Faith without deeds.
Apparently I can keep shooting here, so I'm gonna just do
At
that.
least I tried.
Non-stop bolter fire. It feels good. Bolters are fun. The Mechanicum circa M30. It just makes so much boom boom. So very much boom.
Let's see how they respond to this.
All right, you're not in a super great spot, but it's gonna have to do. 31. We'll just take
Nothing
shots on
I
him.
can't do. There's nowhere to hide.
Oh, that wasn't bad. Honestly, no.
Suits my purposes.
We'll just endure, hunker. You're gonna get set up,
That's a minor setback.
but you're dodging. You might get attacked, but you're dodging. Now, I'd really love if the Mechanicum guys like could hack a servitor. I don't think that's a thing. Doesn't appear to be. So let's see. We're gonna get behind cover here. These are terrible shots. Could do this and just like nuke the cover. Could hit him with that. You know what? Yeah, let's. I'm gonna do it up here.
My vow is to
Overcharge the plasma rifle. Okay, so these barrels are full of things that go boom. Duly noted. Absolutely duly noted.
beyond the scion.
I'm gonna bless everyone's weapons back here. Combat servitors doing these thugs, I mean, doing absolutely nothing. Just completely useless. Ooh. They have multi-meltas? Oh my god.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
God damn. Okay.
Step
Noted.
aside. The navigator is coming.
You're gonna
I'm
kill
not
him.
accustomed to being ordered around.
Thank you. And that's all you're gonna do. Hopefully we can start shooting these guys up. Oh, that did a ton.
His ruby flashes are choking me.
What happened? She shot Cassia with She did a burst fire and hit the person right next to her. That's brutal. What about this? Hold on here. Psyker pushes lightning arc power, increasing dealing damage and hitting more targets, mythically avoiding allies. Change up to 6 times. Adept immediately grasps the nature of the study target, applying double effects of study target and all effects. Well, to do that, I feel like I have to do study enemy first. Just gonna use most of her points, but not all of them. You can get all 3 here.
Anything is.
So if I do that, and then do a flash of insight. Oh, this has to be... Yeah. Flash of insight on him.
The whispers must be appeased.
She should get a huge bonus. Big time.
On it.
Nice, she missed. Just couldn't have went much worse than that.
Follow my lead.
Greater chance to knock down an enemy. Costs 1 AP. Yeah, let's do
It
that.
will be done.
Forceful strike. And then we hit him with the hammer,
At your
100%.
beck and call.
Knock him out of cover as
It will
well,
be
which is
done.
nice. And we can hunker. Cool. Now, Adeptus, you don't have a shot on him? Come on. Come on. Sure you do.
As the Emperor commands,
Go for the kill.
I act.
1 HP. Hurting. She is drunk. I mean, yeah, that tracks. Well, this chainsword is
Not a
mean.
problem for me.
Mean bean machine. Can I charge this guy? No, I can't.
All too easy.
I keep forgetting I have things like crack grenades. God, some people's movement is just so bad. It's really hard to get them into any reasonable position.
Running binary override.
Stole my kill. Stupid Amber thugs. I mean, I'm pretty glad they did it before it got another turn. Oh my god. All right, we gotta get him out of there. Targeted ally immediately gains a bonus turn with no movement points, but action points, yes. Let's do that on sniper rifle lady.
If only that were possible.
She's too far. All right, let's not do that on anybody then, I guess. Yeah,
Isn't
you know
this a
what?
job
I
for
think
the
we can just
serfs?
shoot him with everybody. And as long as we don't miss every single attack, we should be fine. The way the computer uses abilities makes me think I'm doing everything wrong in this game. Steady enemies. You already have steady enemies. For one turn, all allies gain half the bonus to steady enemies. Single shot or melee attack against the studied enemy gains a huge bonus to int.
Will do.
Ah, that worked. You know
But
what?
of course.
Give the study to everybody else with target the weakness. And we should just be able to give them the bonk.
My place is at the fore. I will do my duty.
Bonk. Two, 3, 5. Thank the Exalted One. Those ashbanks didn't have time to make off with anything. Give me 2 minutes. I'll send the coordinates to my loyal crew who will deliver my property somewhere safe. How about we relocate to a more pleasant and private space to discuss the details of our specifically payment for your efforts? You know what? My my psyker warned me, or my navigator warned me, that I might find myself with my pants down, literally or figuratively. Just gonna leave your priceless cargo here unattended. Hope your vaunted wisdom is worth all this trouble. Stop right there in the name of the liege. Your Excellency, please forgive my vehemence. Most noble rogue trader, I never expected such an encounter of such an eminent person in this corner of Footfall. Most noble Excellency. Oh yeah, that's right. We hid that we were the rogue trader. I am Vladim Tokara's personal agent. I came here to remove from criminal circulation a shipment, the distribution of which is banned in the lands of Footfall. Horrendous Xeno heresy that has been fraudulently delivered to a bastion of the Holy Imperium. I don't doubt for a minute, most noble rogue trader, that your presence here is merely a misunderstanding brought about by another's manipulation. Ooh. This cargo belongs to the Von Valancius dynasty. Does Lord Tokara wish to accuse a rogue trader of smuggling? I mean, I don't want to say she's under my protection, but I do want to steal her entire shipment. Bonk confirmed. Was that a warning or a promise? Why not both? I beg you to forgive this wretched serf. A terrible misunderstanding. 1,000 apologies. I won't disturb you further. Listen, rogue trader, I'm genuinely sorry about this. In my trade, the less others know, the fewer they ask. I should have kept the truth about our agreement. Yes, my shipment contains Xeno artifacts, possession of which is a death sentence to any commoner. But you, what are these rules to you, one who is above the pitiful servants of the Imperium? This statement is true with the exception of you, yourself, an educated laywoman and a thief who want to stay away from technological perversities of non-humans. I am now requesting your preventative disposal. I've held things in my hand that you, Cog for Brains, can only dream of in your oil-soaked data fantasies. Stop hiding behind piety and law. You're simply defending your clique's monopoly on anything of interest or monetary value. Rogue trader could see someone with your... It could use someone with your talents and connections. I'll be merciful and give you a choice, heretic. You could atone for your sins before the Imperium through your service to House Von Valancius, or you could die where you stand. For betraying the Imperium and lying to a rogue trader, rogue trader Von Valancius, here I sentence you to death. Our name as rogue trader is just too funny. Tell me about your business on Footfall. I've sat at the negotiating table with all sorts, not just loot hunters or smugglers, but with Xenos, one intelligent enough to believe that mutual benefit was a better outcome of our meetings than mutual destruction. I know what the ecclesiarchy has to say about that, but speaking from the bottom of my heart, I know where the line is between an ordinary deal and a betrayer of humanity. Your words are full of heresy, and you are simply repulsive. Lines have a tendency to blur, usually unbeknownst to the person walking closest to them. I see nothing wrong with making profit where it does no harm to oneself or the Imperium. We think alike. Does this mean we can hope for our partnership to continue? Absolutely. Bless you and your entire dynasty. I wouldn't say no to the marking of the occasional property. It's not every day you embark on a brilliant new business partnership. You sully the Von Valancius name by inviting people like her into your retinue, Lord Captain. The decision is yours, but do not be surprised if unsavory rumors start to spread on Phosphol. Strange circle you're forming around yourself. Sister Argenta, I've heard all about your deeds on Footfall, and I never would have guessed there was an angelic beauty behind all the idle gossip. Oh my god. Can we corrupt a sister? That would be very fun. Oh my god, I wonder about corruption mechanics in this. I want to stay and watch, but I want to experience this game myself when I get it. So this is just a, Sirik, this is just a slice of the game, but I also understand if that's the case. So this is just like one planet that we're looking at, as far as I'm aware. When were you going to reveal your true identity to me? I'm infinitely flattered by your attention. If I had known I was talking to a rogue trader, not an envoy of one, I should have shown some decorum. But you couldn't tell by my name, Rogue Trader, that I, Rogue Trader, am in fact the Rogue Trader? When I do something and why is solely my decision to make, and I'm not going to explain my reasons to anybody. Happy to join your retinue from now on. My knowledge and experience are entirely at your disposal. Hell yeah. So she was a, like, run-and gunner. How can I possibly replace anybody in my retinue, though? He's really good at all the lock picking and stuff. I bet she is as well, though. She's a psyker. She's a navigator. He's a gonk. I'm a gonk. I can't get rid of my bay. Oh my god, I think I have to get rid of the Adeptus Mechanicus guy. Or I bet if I gave her the Thunder Hammer, she could be a gonk. The problem I have right now is her movement points are terrible. But that's also because I use her to fire a bolter like every single round. Can we corrupt a sister? Yes, Commissar. This one, he's the heretic. That's facts. I'm going as heretical as possible. You know what? I'm going to get rid of him. I can't believe that, considering, like, Admech is my favorite. But a man's got to do what a man's got to do, I guess. Auto pistols, las guns, swords, shotguns. None of this is valuable. Surely there must be something of value in here. Look right in the back. No? No loot? You wound me.
Follow my lead.
So actual question. What is... She's a soldier. So we could have replaced Argenta. This guy's a fighter. You're an adept. You're a leader. I'm a fighter. So we have 2 fighters, a adept, a leader, and 2 soldiers. And the Admech was also an adept, I want to say. What does she have? A las gun, a stub revolver, and a flamer pistol. Plus 10 to dodge. A cloak. Oh, cool cloak. Also good cape. Good cape effects. Good cape effects, if I may say so myself. Part of me feels like I'd be better giving her like a chainsword in that offhand. Pistol burst, pistol shot, single shot burst fire. Yeah, I suppose don't matter too much. What do you have on? You have a light carapace. Casing chest plate. Yeah, all right, whatever. Oh, I do want to put the auspex on someone. +5 to awareness. You have a 65, 45, 45, 55, 40, 55. So I'm going to give it to me. So I have an extra +5 to awareness now.
I won't tolerate weakness.
So we'll spot things easier. Dropping the priest hurts my soul. I know, right? I think I'd actually be better off dropping the Adeptus Sororitas. But I'm literally doing a quest for her right now. So it seems like maybe I have to keep her. So, okay, we know that this is a chaos house. Oh, what about this? Oh yeah, this is a chaos house. So we might be able to change, like I might actually just be able to do this and then swap her out. She seems interesting as well. Yeah. I mean, I just feel like we're going so weirdly evil. Is evil really the right term? It's hard to say.
Halt. I noticed something.
Who is good at dismantling stuff like this? Demolition. 40, 30, 45, 45, 35, 55.
You love to take charge, don't you? The treasures of the Koronus await. My pleasure.
Are we glad we brought you along, little lady?
Hey, what's that?
Let's move back a little bit.
To the
Let's make a
stars.
deal. Damn it.
Ow.
I mean, just bad luck.
Victory awaits.
Lots of good loot here. Traps and heresy. Secret bookshelf. Oh no. Open the doors for us, guide our way. Twist the edges, the edge of daybreak, the edge of daybreak. Oh my god, a pink horror.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Not even a conversation to be had. Just bolt fire immediately. She just runs forward and guns the dude down. It is a pink horror. Yo, that is big for a pink horror. That ain't too bad. I bet you. If I go
Be
right
careful
here,
not to cross my gaze.
can I AoE the entire group of them? Look at this. Warp gaze.
If I may.
Boom. They're all like stunned now as well. Not a word, right? There's no conversation to be had when we have a Adeptus Sororitas. Like, she's coming in here to purge. Oh my god. Oh my god, the lightning. The chain lightning is going to be so good right now.
I know what is to come. Anything else? Be gone.
What? It only zapped to 3. Chains up to 4 targets. Oh, the upgraded one. The heroic one chains up to 6. I thought they all chained up to 6. That's okay. We still gibbed a bunch of them. Sick dodge. All right, Jay. What are you good at? Is it throwing grenades? It could be.
I know what I'm doing, usually.
It could be.
Tell
not?
me, and it is done.
We've never used a grenade yet, so I'm just
Going
curious.
somewhere?
Yeah, all right, they're pretty fun. Oh, sick. Okay, so she
Wanna see a
also
trick?
gets this ability that the Adeptus Sororitas gets, which
Don't
is
get
just
too
like
cocky. Never cross a Kazbalican.
shoot 1,000 times
there,
in one
fight
round.
You've got a problem, I've got a prize. I can do that. The right incentive. Am I getting paid for this?
I like
Tell
that she
me,
pushes
and
them
it is
back
done.
on every shot as well. Goodness gracious. Can I also then do something like shot on the run? 1 action point, gain 1 level of fatigue. Soldier gains +2 to movement points. Their next attack costs 1 action point less. It does not count towards the limit of
You've
attacks
got
this
a
turn.
problem, I've got a prize.
So she does get another shot. We can do burst
I
fire.
can do that with the right incentive.
Oh my god, that's right. Pink horrors, when you kill them, they split into 2 poop blue horrors. A mutant on our ship. Do all ships have them? We're not on the ship right now, but apparently like the opening is about like your ship gets attacked by cultists. Or there's a cultist on your ship and a bunch of demons rip through and mess up your ship in the warp. So it's not unheard of. Oh, these guys are having a bit of an alpha moment. Can I not shoot?
That is not the Emperor's will.
Oh, really?
I refuse. God Emperor, move through
I'll take that.
me. Be the fire in my heart.
10 to 12, or I can get all 3 of them. Let's purge these heretics.
Doubt is for the weak.
Love it. Elevanka, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Can I also do a shot on the run here?
I'll do it.
Yes. And a second
As
wind.
the Emperor commands, I act.
And that allows me to use 1 more of these.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
I'm happy with that.
Eradicated.
The other guy, he just took his turn, but he was on fire so much that he just died. And then if I understand this ability correctly, I can go here and Thunderhammer this way.
Indeed. Grey hair, sure hair.
Oh, we dodged it.
I'm not interested.
That's it. That's all I can do. Rogue Trader.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Let's put that chainsword to use.
Already done.
Sick. Sick. Good purge. Good purge. They don't split in Total War. I feel cheated. I know. That was a big complaint actually when they came out, because it completely changes the way that unit works. Somebody modded that in Total War, but it had some weird things. I think literally like the underlying code base wouldn't allow for it to happen the way that it treated death, because it would cause like the unit spawned would also then immediately die. Who would know there's some janky code in Total War? Who would ever have guessed? I'm an alpha. I'm on fire. One of our party members looks distressingly like a sister of battle. She is. She's an Adeptus Sororitas. This one here, Argenta. You can also get a Space Wolf on your team, which, like, you know, obviously there's a part of me that's like, I bet if you have Xenos, you can't get the Space Wolf. So, but I don't know. I don't know. You see him in a bunch of the wallpapers. He's got this huge like red Viking beard and a massive battle axe, and just like the full Space Marine armor on. doesn't she miss being with her sisters? It actually explains this. So when she went through the warp, she was from this station, Footfall, and so when she went to arrive here, she went through the warp through the maw towards the Koronus Expanse, and the warp warped out. So by the time that she left the warp, while the journey had only been like a week, it had been like 80 years or something, or more than that. So everyone she knew was dead. And so she arrived, and like her mission was like other people had taken up her mission, and they didn't really have like a place for her. And she wants to go. She thought about going back to the sisters, but then she was like, I don't know any sisters there anymore. Like it's an entire other generation in. So it's interesting. Space Wolves are fine with Xenos? Are they? I actually know nothing about Space Wolves other than they're the Viking Space Marines. like that's the sum total of my knowledge. An unsanctioned psyker and a sororitas that looked flexible. Do you see any Grey Knights? Not yet, no. Though, if you haven't played Chaos Gate, that's, you know, Grey Knights out the wazoo. Blaspheming heretic, who are you praying to? I know these words that call it to a lore. Of course you know them. I recognize you too, lackey to the corpse on the throne. Haven't you already experienced the power of the true God? Don't you flee from us, shedding tears. Argenta recoils as if from a blow, but then steps forward, grabs the cultist by the scruff of his neck, so makes him look her in the eye, burning like embers. I am one of the Adapta Sororitas, and I have never, once when my life fled from heretics and betrayers of the humankind, you could totally corrupt her. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's got to be such a fun storyline. Can't you see he's trying to get under your skin? I bet he wants a quick bullet to the head instead of a bonfire. Smells of a dark future like a noose around the neck. Whoa. Don't kill him. Yeah, we should probably interrogate him. What do you want to know, servants of the corpse emperor? The names of my brethren, how many of us are, where we are? I'll tell you myself. We are myriad. We are everywhere. Soon, very soon, you will hear our voices, and when you hear them at your back, so close you can feel our breath, then you will know the power of the true God. God of change, I guess. Zinch. First Reichad Norris, now here. How do you know Argenta? Have you seen her on Footfall before? Not on Footfall. In another place, she flew right in like a bird into a snare. Oh! So this is probably when she got stuck in the warp. Maybe. Oh, no. Salus Prime. What is he talking about? A planet, a place. It doesn't matter. I know these heretics. I fought them and was gravely wounded. But I swear I never turned from them and ran. If you truly have seen me on Salus Prime, you must know the way to get there. Do you have your own ship and navigator? Answer me! Ships and maps, roads and doors, we have them all, but our paths are not for you. The true God spins his webs, and you are but a fly caught in it. But where is the spider? I need something more coherent. Who's this true God you keep mentioning? You will know in time. Get it? Because Zinch is also the god of time. Rogue trader, we won't get anything from this madman. As part of my story, I will tell it, but not here in his presence. All right, falter him. You can kill me, servant of the corpse emperor, but you can't stop the victory of the true God. The edge of daybreak is nigh, and the hour of his triumph approaches. I love that. That I think glitched out because I equipped her flamer. She was just meant to shoot him with the bolter. We fulfilled his request, which means I am now free. I can now travel with you. Before we leave this den, let us round up what remains of the blasphemers. I would like to cleanse this place with purifying flame, but perhaps we can find clues that might tell us where they came from or if they have more associates. Meet me on the ship before we depart. I want to corrupt you so bad. Corrupt you so bad. Let me loot these corpses. Here we go. Bunch of enforcer Whoa! Okay. We finally found something worth money. Ooh, also a plasma pistol? I'll take that. All of that armor is worth a lot. What about the horrors? Did they didn't make anything. Cool, man. Super cool. War between the Space Wolves and the Inquisition and the Grey Knights? Ooh. Alright, so maybe they are a little more heretical than I thought.
None
Little
shall stand in
loosey-goosey
my
with their
way.
morals. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. How do we get here? Starts with a T and ends with a bullet to the face.
The premonition runs true.
Common items. A pack of regents. Damage of all poison, burning, and bleeding effects applied by the wearer is increased by 2. And a melta charge. Nice. Okay, let's grab you and put this on.
I will
Wherever it goes.
not.
What is this slot? The cape. All right. So her flamethrower will do
New
more damage
challenge
now,
for me.
which is great. Doesn't look like there's any clues here.
It's about time.
But we can take all that armor now. Each one of those was worth 10 PF. Which, if they sell for 10 PF, it means we can buy some really good swag. Problem was that the Space Wolves have morals. The Grey Knights wanted to kill every civilian in a system that had seen chaos. The old Exterminatus path. They fought the Grey Knights because the Wolves were too moral. They didn't want to murder innocent people, while the Grey Knights, they like to leave no witnesses. All right, so probably, unless you're playing... I mean, it would kind of make sense that if you're foregoing all of the evil and Xeno characters, you get a Space Marine. Like, there's a balanced trade-off in that. That makes sense to me. Now, all these guys said we're not allowed in here. And it does
I
appear
won't
that is
tolerate
still the
weakness.
case. Warehouse. Where else do we have to go? Completed. Completed. Oh, those are all completed. Okay. Supply footfall with provisions from Janice. There are people still inside the quarantine zone and no one is prepared to help them. The Amber's base, secretly somewhere in Sector 2 in the Shadow Corridors. This is where we are. The turnoff to the entrance can be seen from the Adeptus Amascus. This should be enough to find the place. Study 10 planets to please the Adeptus Mechanicus. And wait for repairs on the ship. All right. Sir. The Prince of Football, the warehouse, Adeptus Amascus. I see. It's probably, if I was a betting man, down this way. Maybe. Down this way. Down this way. That way. That way? Up this way? You guys are giving me some really vague directions here. Aha.
None shall stand in my way.
Come on. Oh, that's an athletics check we failed to complete earlier.
Follow my lead.
Dark hideout. Here we go. See, I knew if we just wandered around enough, we'd find it.
Tire of idleness, let's move.
You can actually use ladders on the map? That's very cool.
Say a little bit of humility never hurt anyone. I help others better themselves by wholeheartedly humiliating them at every step.
Takes a while for everybody to get down it, though. All right. Leave location. Be a fair trade, yes. Then again, Terra is a long way from the Koronus Expanse. Laws and rules that are absolutely unshakable in the Segmentum Solar don't necessarily apply out here, especially when a rogue trader is involved. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, we really seem to have
I'll lay claim to
rules
the stars.
above the Empire. In an interesting kind of way. Now, obviously, I want to go for this treasure first because I am a greedy little treasure pig.
Weakness.
Uh-oh. The man with the shaggy mop of dark hair is dressed and armed about as well as everyone else in here, and yet he's unmistakably the leader. Takes a step forward, spreads his arms in a welcoming gesture. My guests, what a joy it is to have you in my humble refuge. I see you've come here to be introduced to the truth. Which will you choose then, words or fire and metal? You already know that answer, heretic. I mean, I do love her chutzpah, you know? Like, she's got a good take on everything, which is just shoot. Abelard, would you kindly inform this bandit vermin that we've come to execute him? You've ruled over all of Footfall with fear. That's a serious achievement. I could do with people like that, so let's talk. Bow to the likes of you, the bloated old masters of the universe. I'd rather die. Do you even know what our name means? Footfall calls us Anvers. They do not stop to look, listen, learn. Auxilio non venient. Help will not come. The maw has closed. The Koronus Expanse is on its own now. Beep boop beep beep boop boop beep boop beep boop 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 beep boop. I'm in.
And you'll die
I've
quickly.
Ooh.
Show them no mercy!
You just flood the entire area with toxic gas? Yo, all right, power play. Jesus. Ba-da-dee. Yeah, I can light 4 of these guys on fire with a flaming grenade right now.
The Emperor's will.
Can I? Actually, maybe I can't. How is it I have line of sight with all these guys, but I can't hit them with a grenade?
This is unacceptable. I refuse.
All right, fine. We'll just do this instead, I guess. I'll do that.
do it.
Trigger all 4 of them.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
That could work better.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I'll do it.
I like shot on the run. That's a good ability.
My prescience has failed me.
All right, so everybody is going to take some toxic damage, but I think only if we go down there.
There is movement in the Imperium. On it.
That's your chain.
Farewell.
Nice. Oh man, I love Psyker Lightning.
Why did I not foresee this?
Oh my god. Man, that's what I wanted to do.
Watch my back.
God damn. I mean, clearly I need to like get up here and kill him. Control burst dash. I gotta dash out of this fire.
Don't get too cocky.
Oh, that did not work at all. can't do a second wind this early. It'll buckle me if I
Tell
do.
me, and it is done. Aw, you're no fun.
But I can do a second wind.
Am I getting paid for this? You've got a problem? I've got a price.
I'm concerned about the fact that everybody is on fire. And that I don't necessarily have a way to fix it. What? That Anvir thug just killed his buddy. I guess he is like berserk or something.
Suits my purposes.
Okay. We can make this work.
Nothing I can't do.
Ooh, during
My
breach.
time is now.
Oh, very good. I can actually probably just kill this guy. To be honest.
All too easy. Nothing I can't do.
Absolutely, I can. Then I can come up here and turn on the ventilation. Dude, rogue trader with the chainsword. So good. Unfortunately, I am on fire, so I don't think I can shoot anybody. The maw has closed. This is truly a dark time for the Expanse. I don't think it's actually closed. I think he's just trying to
I've seen worse battles than this in my
give us a little boogeyman. Little boogeyman vibe. All right, we're gonna plug
Victory
this
is
dude.
imminent.
Punk. And boy, if you'll allow me to switch over to the Melta cannon.
It will be done.
Oh, there's more guys over there. Uh-oh. Oh, you
At your
better
beck
do
and
endure.
call.
I love that you can just switch weapons without penalty. It doesn't seem like it takes movement points or anything. Giving Jay an auto rifle will fill you with joy? Okay. Okay. We'll give that a try for sure. Chainsword noise can be a bit more chain
Just a
side.
minor setback.
Abelard's job is mostly to take bullets. He runs in with a thunder hammer and just tanks like crazy. He's been pretty good at it, to be honest.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
He seems to take very little damage. He dodges most of the time. I'd do one of those if I could get in. Cassia, I'm not sure that I want you moving that far forward, given the fact that everything is on fire.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
But it does look like you can get a couple of shots here, so heck, why not? Can you drop that? You could.
I'll paint your death in colors. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I will endure.
All right. All right, sweetheart.
The enemies of the Emperor will be
Get you in
undone.
here where you are less on fire.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh, come on. You're killing me.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I'll take it.
My prescience has failed me. Was that you?
Don't really want her running in to be any more on fire than she already is as well. I wish there was an option that was like, be less on fire.
Okay, now I'm really riled up.
You know what I mean? I could do with a be less on fire option.
A moving target lives longer. Don't get too cocky.
Are we even taught you to fight like this?
I can do that with the right incentive. Tell me, and it is done.
Problem solved. The good old-fashioned chainsword
Suits
way.
my purposes.
Bada bing. I quote, he is our tank. So he's a priest?
I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
I would like everybody to not be on fire anymore. Okay, we're doing better now. Yeah, he's been a good little tank. Nice. These guys all have enforcer carapaces again, which are worth money. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's another elite chainsword. Stub carbines, shotguns, scrappy auto guns. The rest of this is trash. But this box is full of adrenaline war boots, +3 to initiative and 10 bonus to dodge whenever their wounds are lower than 50%. Yes, please. Give me those fancy new boots. Oh, we also picked up this plasma pistol, which is way better than the last pistol, but I actually can't use it. Sorry, does nobody have plasma proficiency? Only the tech priest does. Huh. And his mechadendrites, I guess. Oh, and all of this armor is better than the armor I have equipped. Oh, I see. This is bonus against ranged weapons, which I probably want on my sniper. But you, I want enforcer carapace. You, I want sniper armor. You, I want... Great question. Your dodge is 90. Yeah, all right. So you're not a tanky lady. Give her an auto rifle. Yeah, I don't think we have one is the only problem right now. We have stub carbines, but... I mean, that does do more damage, but it doesn't have burst fire, which I love. Your two-handed weapons. You have the melt-gun. I'd like to give her the elite chainsword if I could. But I don't think I can. No. She's all two-handed weapons. I guess I could give it to you. In case of emergency.
It's about time.
Alright. That went okay. Holy writings and other swag.
Victory awaits.
Why don't I pack as cargo? I actually saw that the cargo has like not a lot of space. Basically, I'm not taking anything that's not worth the value. And this was
new challenge for me.
More a holdover from. I don't know if I can pack this stuff as cargo. Holdover from the old Pathfinder systems like Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteousness is if things weren't worth money, they weren't worth taking. So like if things were only worth like $1 or $2, it wouldn't be worth the time to take it. Oh wow, actually going in that way was the right choice. We got bottlenecked, but it let us get to that boss really fast. Oh, and this loot. We didn't get this loot. God forbid I skip a loot.
I'll lay
So
claim
a lot
to
of the equipment you
stars.
find is worth 0 profit factor, which is money. Like all this stuff, right? 0 PF, 0 PF, 0 PF, 0 PF, 0 PF. But like all this armor is worth 10 PF, so I'm taking this. You get reputation if you pack it as cargo? Really? Interesting. Do you have unlimited cargo space? I actually have no idea. There's a use for it later on. Interesting. Is there a crafting system? Probably not. There's probably not a crafting system, but there is like I suspect like an empire management system. Because you have all these different planets, and the whole thing is like you're going out and colonizing planets and putting like mining stations on planets and stuff like that. So a crafting system, but probably not how you would think it. That loot I can't get to. This loot. Infected thugs. Oh yeah, there's way more stuff down there now. So many mines. There's got to be another way into this place that we're just not seeing. Get lost or get shot. What are... Oh, that's my... Dark hideout, warehouse. So...
Follow my lead.
Where are we going here? All your trophies were packed as cargo. So this is cool. So this is actually like, this asteroid here is a giant asteroid sculpture of the Emperor. And you can see all the other asteroids are attached to it via chains that make up this insane, massive, floating asteroid belt, basically. I don't understand how the asteroids don't like slam into each other all the time, but I guess they're all kind of like held apart. Probably tugged by boats. Actually really happy to see a Rogue Trader PC game, as I'm about to start a new Rogue Trader campaign with friends after we played another RPG for a long time. Nice. I'm excited to delve into the system a bit more. I like the way that the DC system works so far, in terms of just like you roll, if you're under it, you pass. I like games that have like this like pass-fail mechanic that's like very straightforward and simple. And this one seems to be that case. Like if it's really hard, it's a 0 DC. If it's easier, the easier it is, the more bonuses you get. You have insane amounts of cargo space on your ship. The things you pack as cargo become bulk cargo for you to exchange for reputation points with the Mechanicus guy at the docking port. Cool. All right. Well, the more I know now. I need to talk to him if I want to go in and talk to those sick people. Yeah, here's the Space Wolf guy. And like there's clearly, this is another psyker. This I think is meant to be us, but I'm not sure. This is an elf for sure. You know, an Eldar. Rocking a sniper rifle. Lord Captain, I am pleased to report that the repairs have been completed. The void ship is ready to depart Footfall. The crew is waiting for further instructions, and there is a number of issues that need to be addressed. Take time to heal the injuries. Okay. Unit Opticon 22 extends its official greetings and invites you to a synchronous communication. Convergence point, Dock, Alpha, Rho, topic of communication, discharge of contract, Logisticar, Theta. Thank you, floating skull with a toilet paper attached to your butt. I appreciate you.
It's about time.
Abelard, we filled up 6 Adeptus Mechanicus Prometheum tankers on Sentinel Prime, and I'm certain we never received payment. Here's Opticon. Did the Emperor always have wings? I mean, I don't know that he does at all.
None shall stand in my way.
The Emperor has whatever you need him to have in your heart. It's exactly the same as the actual tabletop RPG Rogue Trader, which is very nice. Fighting Dark Elder, yeah. Steve the Servo Skull. Elf is not all that good in the alpha, so she doesn't have her class yet. Ranger. Oh, so there are more classes coming too. Okay. I was wondering that, because right now there's only like four-ish classes, I guess, like Assassin, Veteran. I don't know how you get up here. Oh, we're almost leveled up. You can only upgrade one career at a time. Wow. Okay, I didn't look into a lot of this. Yeah, yeah, yeah. These are really strange class trees, but I think I get them. Ah. Ooh. Ack. Ha. I'm an idiot. All right, let's talk to this guy. Received an invitation to a meeting. Ah, thanks. That cleared it up. Probably end up with more classes than you can shake a dead rat at. I mean, that's kind of one of the things I like about this right now is it's very like straightforward in classes. You know, as I said earlier, you know, when I played Wrath of the Righteousness, I spent 15 hours making my character because there were so many classes. And I was like, okay, if I take a couple of classes in this and a couple in this, and then I end up with this, and it was just like too overwhelming to make the character I wanted. I wish to discharge, reciprocally validate the mutual contractual obligation designated Logistar Theta. Under the contractual obligation in question, Tyrion cycles ago, the Explorer Cognizant Fleet received representatives from the Von Valancius dynasty, a volume of high-grade promethium equal to the fuel capacity of 6 void tankers on the planet. Received it and then didn't pay, compensate, remunerate, settle accounts. Should I go on? Is that enough synonyms? The stipulated payment reciprocal offering from the Cognizant Fleet can be made to the Von Valancius assets at the current time, after which the contractual obligation will be fulfilled. Confirm your status regarding acceptance. You waited 30 years to pay up? Execution of payment is in accordance with the specifics of the contractual obligation. Allocation of assets from the holdings of the fleet was initiated when the tankers reached the main squadron 14.905 Tyrion cycles after the initial transaction. The asset allocation process concluded 2.663 Tyrion cycles later. Transportation of assets to the system took 16.862 cycles. Final delivery of assets, yada yada yada. If you have been purchasing fuel for a squadron at the other end of the Imperium, you may never have to pay at all, or it would have been turned to dust before you made it there and back. My predecessor worked with you. The statement is true. 1,292 contractual obligations. Wow, that's a lot. What payment can I expect? Universal Mobile Orbital Deployment Extractums, Astra Aerator Processing Complexes in the quantity stipulated in the agreement. Each unit has undergone a cycle of maintenance liturgies and has been assessed for conformance to the STC. No payment is needed, where I confirm. I'm just going to take the payment. I'm more interested in what it is right now. And also, we're greedy, hungry boys. And these are valuable. The sacred machines will be loaded onto the hold of your vessel. The obligation is concluded. Thank you for your cooperation. You want information about planets? Just want stuff. And let's check the trade deal. Oh yeah, look at that. So this is my cargo hold, is it? Cargo capacity. Use unusable items 0%. Selling full cargoes with merchants improves reputation with the faction. Oh, that's super cool. I do like that. I like that a lot. Wow, I really missed out on a lot of opportunities for that, but that's okay. You know, we're only playing the alpha. Oh. So, and I can't just actually sell things for PF. I have to load them up and sell whole kits. Oh, goddamn. How come I can't sell this armor kit? Can we not combine these two? I feel like I've gotten scammed here. Cool. What about all these reports? No. Huh. How's the alpha so far? I'm not big into Warhammer, but I've been desperate for a solid sci-fi CRPG. I might have to go if it's playable. I mean, I think you can do that. Warhammer is not like... It fills most sci-fi gaps, you know. If you like sci-fi, you'll probably like 40k stuff. You don't have to get like too deep into it. You just know that like there's a big empire that sprawls the space, and it doesn't like aliens. Go. Like that's the heart of it, you know. Use mobile extractors mine on planets, yeah. Bet the next one is going to go back Dark Heresy because of reasons. I mean, fantasy is like really... Warhammer Fantasy is like really big nowadays, so... Yeah, it would not surprise me at all to see that kind of stuff blow up. Oh, okay, so my profit factor has also gone up now as well. Though it looks like my cycle... Profit per cycle is down? I thought we started at 30 before because we couldn't even buy things like this precise bolter. Yeah. Cool, man. All right. Well, you want data. You want quarantine zone. You want agri world stuff. What is this one that has like a big... Right, we just completed that one. Let's go check out space. Lord Captain. Honored interrogator, what a surprise. Did you perchance leave something in your cabin? Not at all, First Officer. I'm not in the habit of leaving a trail, but I thank you for your concern. What do I owe the pleasure of your latest visit? Only our mutual duty to humanity. It is our duty that demands that I disturb your peace once more. I was able to contact my mentor and report the tragic events that aspired on Rykad Minoris. This is in the past we were attacked by heretics. I also received some information from my agents regarding the movements and actions of the enemies in humanity, including the Xenos that we're assuming were involved in the theft of the star. According to your findings, the threat now hangs over other worlds, this time yours, Lord Captain. By order of the Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar, whose duty is to stand sentinel over the Koronus Expanse, the rogue trader of House von Valancius is to take board the agent of the most holy Inquisition and provide escorted support in deeds great and small that serve to safeguard the territories of the Imperium against its enemies. Great, we have an Inquisitor on board. This decree is effective immediately upon announcement and remains in effect until decided otherwise by His Excellency Calcazar. All I got from that is riddling ourselves with this snitch won't be easy. I'm with you, Idra. I can't really say no, can I? Henrik studies you for a moment and then ever so slightly as if not wanting to anyone else to see, shakes his head. What exactly caused this need to rejoin my crew? Cause of this activity is humanity's enemies, including the cult of the Final Dawn. Oh, those are the cultists we just ran into. In my absence, the situation of the Koronus Expanse has changed. Received an exhaustive report from his agents. His heresy has taken root in the region where the Von Valancius worlds lie. You probably know about the fate of the industrial worlds, Kiava Gamma. If not, then I will share what details I know, but not here. Abridged 40k is happening. Alert the Inquisition. Main game is Traveler, but I'm stoked for this game just because of it. Nice, nice. A pompous Imperial goon. I'm here for it. We're really playing like a criminal at the moment. We are absolutely like, we will do as much crime as we can in the Empire. Heresy, not really that big of a problem if we can make a few bucks off of it. What do you got to do, right? Let me just voice this extremely angry person upon you. Rogue traders are the most diverse, for better or worse. Yeah. Our predecessor was like clearly also a criminal. Rogue trader, rogue trader Von Valancius. Welcome aboard the Agent of the Golden Throne. Sanctioned psyker with an inquisitorial rosette in my retinue for free. The other rogue traders will be positively green with envy. I object to such an abuse of power by the Inquisition. I am a rogue trader, not some peasant to be pushed around. Control yourself, Von Valancius. You are a step away from uttering words that could be interpreted as defiance of the throne. Quite possibly the worst heresy that could be committed by a servant of the Emperor. I must also deliver this to you. The Lord Inquisitor specified that the contents of this envelope are for your eyes only. Read it as soon as you have time. Are you headed to the ship or do you still have business? Whatever the case, you can wait on board. Ooh. We get him as a character? That's fun. Can I... Probably if I'm on my ship, I can see the other characters. All right, well, what about this letter? May the Emperor's faithful forever remain in his light of his favor. Let me express my condolences on the tragic death of the most honorable Theodora von Valancius. I was elated to learn that the warrant of rogue trader had been passed to a worthy and promising heir. These words are not hollow compliments, but rather the Inquisition's official opinion of your person. As fate would have it, you've taken the reins of the Von Valancius dynasty in an hour most dire, where grim portents of dark events are coming to surface throughout the Koronus Expanse. I have been duty-bound to become the first sentinel who sees the approaching threat, and I hereby alert you that it is indeed coming. Our loyalty and resolve will be tested. People such as you will become the pillars that will unite the Emperor's frightened children and inspire them to fight back. And so, I greet you as a dependable ally and assure you of my favor. From now on, you have the trusted friend within the Holy Order of the Emperor's Inquisition and a receptive confidant who you can rely. Should the dark times ahead require you to make such questionable choices, have no doubt that such an incident will be examined in an exceedingly temperate fashion that rules out most radical forms of judgment. I have faith in the success of your partnership, and thank you for your contribution both past and future. Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar. Straight to cargo. Hey, hey, purge heresy every day. If it works, it works. Oh, a few heretics here and there. You know, it's good to keep everybody in line. Lord Captain, the ship repairs are complete. The tech priests are reporting the machine spirits are calm and satisfied. But there is an issue you must be made aware of. I've been studying the records left by the vessel's previous navigator and wanted to double-check the route to Dargonus and discovered that it does not match the one recorded in the Atlas. It's more of a minor warp fluctuation. The route has been wiped out. It can no longer be used for traveling. To make matters worse, I started checking the paths from the Atlas one after the other and saw the same thing everywhere. The warp is roiling with an ominous storm, bursting with vivid and screaming colors. It will not hinder our movement, but all previous knowledge is now utterly useless. Oh, wow, that's a cute way to redo the map. Oh, the map got deleted. Oops, there's a warp storm and it deleted the whole map of the sector. Whoopsie daisy. Warp storms are our enemies, just like heretics and demons. It's a shame they can't be dispersed with a flamer or a bolter. We can be certain that the problems with astropathic communication in the Koronus Expanse are no coincidence. There's a warp disturbance in your way, and it's swallowing messages and disrupting familiar routes. You need to locate the key worlds of the Von Valancius trade empire as soon as possible. Janus, Dargonus, Kiava Gamma. Charting new routes so they can be reached and restoring control will be a necessary next step. What would be the consequences of losing contact with these worlds? They can only rely on themselves. Their capabilities are often limited. Janus does not have a fleet of its own, so pirates, cultists, heretics, xenos, anywhere could prey on them. Loss of communication is a threat to your position. A rogue trader with no trade empire to back them is one that grows weaker by the day. You are a rogue trader von Valancius. A successor to the Theodora von Valancius, one of the most influential women this side of the Maw, but you're also new to the business of governing. Many will doubt your competence and try to carve up your empire so they can snatch a piece for themselves. It's important to show your potential allies and foes that you are in control of the situation, which is why the sooner we reclaim these worlds, the better. Let me just hear about Janus, because we do need to find this place. Yeah, okay, it's an agri world. Kiava Gamma has an Adaptus Mechanicus manufactorum and prepares materials. Marked by the Omniscience Patriarch. Okay. Kiava Gamma manufacturing also supplies heavy machinery, forge harvesters to vessel systems. Okay. And Dargonus is the heart and soul of my empire. It is where the main administrative resources and storage facilities, as well as the Von Valancius Palace. This is where you will publicly accept the title of Rogue Trader. All right, well, obviously these are all pretty important by the sound of it. Abelard, what should we get first? Rediscovering the agri world will supply your trade empire with something none of your servants can do without: food. On the other hand, I'm concerned by rumors concerning Kiava Gamma. There have been no problems on Janus for many years. Delay to Kiava Gamma may cost us the entire planet. Do not explain the capital world. Losing us would make us the laughing stock of other dynasties. The loss of chronicles and ledgers would spell a bureaucratic catastrophe. Great. So no matter what we do, we're going to be in trouble. Thus we've made contact with the other most dubious faction, the Holy Inquisition. Just a giant flamer on a ship? Oh my god, that would be so good. I mean, I feel like that's what the Melta cannons kind of are. It's not really fire, but it is a big burst of like hot liquid laser gun. All right, let's go. Let's do some space. I didn't really look around last time. We just kind of landed right away. High Factorum Janus Danrock. Oh, this guy looks like a dandy lad. A corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you.
Greetings, your lordship. Janus Danrock at your service.
Remind me what you're doing on my ship.
My duty as the High Factorum involves anything that may enrich you and your trade empire. I make sure supplies deliver the goods on time, that partners do not shirk their promises, and that servants remember the Emperor's grace can only be earned through toil for the good of the Von Valancius' dynasty. I also arrange less than thorough inspections of our hold by the port customs officers and find buyers for whatever you wish to sell.
Very good.
I await your instructions.
He's a fun guy. I like him. Remind me, why are you here? Remind me, what is on my ship? All right, we do have like lots of questions to give to these people, but I want to get to spice. What's here? Oh, I guess that's the exit. Back to landfall. My navigator. She should be in a navigator's chair. But I guess that would be in like an entirely different room, so. Alright. Let's hit the map. Straight big wet burst of liquid laser all over that storm. Just get it all soaked. Click the button in the upper right corner for a warp translation.
Lord Captain, I bring great news for your lordship. We are once again within reach of the lesser Fade Empire. The Astropack Require humbly stands ready to send your orders to the servants of the dynasty and the planetary rulers of your colony. Developing colonies, claiming new territories, and establishing trade links are not privilege and burden.
Very good, sir. Warp travel back to the bridge for Bundus. Yeah, here's my ship. 400, 215. It's my cargo hold. Oh, we have a few things to trade here. No colonies. So I think this is the new thing we've just unlocked. So the only other thing here is alter X17. So let's go pop over here and do a little scan. It's called the throne, a navigator's throne. Yes, you're correct. You're correct. Sometimes it's just like a big swimming pool, though, isn't it? Like, don't they often just sit in like this pile of goop? 50 XP. People. Provisions. Chemicals. Plasteel. Mechanisms. And promethium. Yeah, I guess there's no point in putting a mining base on this planet if there is nothing to mine. That was the wrong button. I'm sorry. I meant to hit the warp travel button. I got too excited. I got excited about warp travel. Is there much lore concerning the logistical side of the 40K universe? Trade and interplanetary transport? Isn't that Dune, the floating pile of goop, aka spice gas? Yeah, like they share that. The way that they travel in Dune is basically the exact same way they travel in 40K. Like 40K just lifted it from Dune. I don't know if you know this, but 40K just lifted everything about it from other science fiction things. It's the same with like Warhammer Fantasy is literally just lifted out of all the other fantasies that came before it. It's kind of the weird, stupid joy about it. What's this button do? Oh, cute. Ships can transport goods and then they fly through the void to the warp. Sometimes things go bad. Sometimes things get pretty weird. Scan, +1 navigator's insight. To the Imperium. The Cauldron. The Founding. Oh, Foundling Worlds. This map is huge. The Unbeholding Reaches. Cineris Maleficium. Obviously some good chaos up there. Oh! Oi, boys, you gets know what this means, right? This is a right proper part of space. This where the good stuff is in space. Lots of Dakar up here. Up in that accursed domain. Elder. The Heathen Stars. Yo, this map is sick. It's really cool. Winter Scales Realm. So this is the other rogue trader. God damn, man, this is huge. Like this is a lot. The God Emperor's Scourge. Oh, there looks like some crazy stuff up there too. Ooh, what is this big fish? Big warp monster. All right. Let's scan. Yeah, that was cool. Pretty minimal. This is actually an interesting part of it I'd love to learn more about. I know most of 40K is just straight war, but I'd love to learn more about independent systems and how they would protect themselves from chaos. I mean, it sounds like that's what this is going to be all about. Because this is past the Maw, so this is really like outside of Imperium space, right? Like that's the whole thing, is like you're playing in like the edge of the galaxy, and that's the whole thing with rogue traders, is they go from planet to planet exploring the edge of the galaxy and colonizing it to bring it into the Imperium. But so most of the planets that you find here are like lost planets, or they are planets where no one has been, no one has surveyed it, no one's explored it. And what you want to do is you want to start up colonies. So the idea kind of is that, my understanding is that like you're probably going to start a bunch of colonies in places, go out, do a bunch of stuff, and then like receive an astropath message being like, hey, we've found this weird problem at our colony. Like all these giant bugs started attacking us, and now they keep eating all of us. And it's a problem. Sato's tomb, Evorius, Trintos, the cradle of Kepri, Platinum Stellos, System Speculo, Omnicron. I'm gonna go green is the right choice. Green things typically seem good. This is an uncharted system. Would you like to visit it? Yes. I want to see space combat. I know it exists. I've heard it exists. Oh, there's a Hulk here. Hulks are super cool. They're when a bunch of ships basically collide all together and they form like a massive super ship made out of dozens, if not hundreds of other ships. Thousands of other ships. Just this like massive piece of twisting metal. Ships buried inside like an asteroid cluster of ships. It's even possible massive amounts of chaos, corruption, and the lack of protection from the Emperor would make it moot. Some stuff that deals with it, but I don't think there's any book that specifically deals with logistical topics. Yeah, I don't know. 5 plasteel. Well, you will spend 1 to start extracting plasteel. Imperial cartographers and chronicles know this place well. Long ago, this planet was a prosperous Imperium outpost capable of eclipsing footfall. There's a cyclopedian tomb stationed on its orbit, the final resting place of Cornelius Soto, one of the discoverers of the Koronus Expanse. However, about 400 years ago, an unknown cosmic body rammed into the station, causing it to collapse onto the planet. Not only did the catastrophe kill the settlers, it also made the world uninhabitable for centuries. Crater formed by the station's impact can still be observed by orbit. Soto's tomb became a sepulcher for the entire planet. Neither loot nor company, but knowledge of the nasty tricks that life can pull its treasures into its own right. So I'm not going to spend any resources, I don't think, to take this out. Well, I mean, I don't know. We got 18 of them. I guess why not, right? This will give us permanent 5 plasteel. Space dust. You have received a cargo energy battery. Cool. Space dust. Energy battery. Hulk. Certainly more than one story which tells the downfall of entire worlds due to clerical error, which resulted in an entire world just starving to death. Yeah. Saw an Eldar on one of the loading screens. If there's going to be any other species of species. So I know you can get, yeah, you can get an Eldar who has like a sniper rifle. They haven't announced all the companions, but if you actually go to the Rogue Trader website, it shows most of the companions on there that they have said. This monocle grants a +10 bonus to commerce tests. Interesting. Who's good at commerce? 30. Abelard has 50. Looks like it's Abelard. Nice, and it's actual headpiece as well. What's really funny is that when this got put on, the thing over his left eye, his implant on his left eye disappeared. That's really funny. Also, unfortunately, even though I'm on my ship, I can't see all of my characters. I can only see who's in my party. Like, I'd really like to know about that other guy. Okay, so a Hulk is just like a tomb. A treasure chest. Green is good, right? Necrons would like to know your location. Dude, you have no idea what my RGB setup is right now, but it is very Necron friendly, let me tell you. Ooh, what are you? Navigator's Insight. I mean, if I scan from here, what does this do? What does this mean? It scares me. Warp route difficulty determines the probability of encountering enemies. Press to reduce difficulty. Oh. I see. I didn't actually want to do that. I want to find some enemies. Pirates! Perfect. Just the kind of thing I'm looking for. Step World. Step World, I'm stuck. The Augur team reports several pirate ships are closing in at top speed, but where there's almost no time left to retreat. Let's go. Space combat.
The whispers sound distant. The future is uncertain.
Wow, they actually took a big looking play out of Battlefield Gothic here. Mesua lance weapon and a Voss pattern torpedo tubes. Mars pattern macro batteries. Mesua macro cannons, macro batteries, port and starboard. Now, of course, we all know what port and starboard is. Port is the right side. I actually don't think that's true. What do you have? Scan weaknesses. Aspects scan an enemy ship to highlight its weak point. All incoming damage from the weak side increases by 30%. Cool. Reinforced shields. And swing run. So I want to go like here.
Lay in the course.
I'd like to scan it. That's its weak side. And then I want to launch a torpedo.
Unleash our vengeful salvo. This one's going down.
Dope. All movement points should be used to end the turn. Okay, so if I move here...
Onward.
Oh, there's another ship down here. Ooh, okay. All right. And then we use the starboard.
Macro cannon. Fire.
Cool. Starship flies in a straight line, performing the U-turn at the end of its movement. My shields! Actually, my shields, though. Wait, so what happens to these plasma torpedoes? Oh, okay, that's pretty cool, actually. I guess these are all just explode. 48 to all adjacent units. So if I go to like here, I feel like I don't want to go too close because otherwise it's just going to sail right past me. Okay, there's nothing I can do with him. You, on the other hand, I do have things I can do. Can I just... Oh, he's out of range by the tiniest little bit. Nah, not anymore.
Another salvo!
But I can only do that basically once. I mean, out of curiosity, scan his weakness. Not that I can hit it.
Leave the hull strewn across the stars!
And if I go here... Oh, so close. I guess I could just do this. Go a little ramming speed.
Fire the last batteries!
That's as good as she'll get. Reinforce until the next turn. Increase chances to absorb enemy attacks and loses only half strength when absorbing damage. So I'm going to reinforce starboard, port left, forefront, off back. I'm going to reinforce those left shields. And I think that's all I can do here. He'll probably shoot me in the front, maybe, or the butt. I guess they just can't turn that quickly. Heard some of the ship fights were practically impossible since you don't have access to the ship upgrades in the alpha. Oh, maybe. I could see that being possible for sure. All right, we're gonna go right here because I don't know where else he's going, and I think that's all I have to do with you. This is our very first ship fight, so it is hard to determine. Oh, and these do reload. Cool. Well, I mean, like, yeah, let's
Annihilate them!
launch another set of torpedo tubes. Why not?
Bleed them!
Huge hit. Now, I have actually made a mistake here, because my right side is not very well charged up. But I guess that's all I can do. Where you going, homie? Get out of here, pirates. Are they just fleeing? I mean, I guess I'll set one set of torpedoes down at him. This set of torpedoes can move up towards this guy. I have to be right next to them. Aha! They don't last forever. That makes a lot of sense.
Set the course.
Port is left easy because both have 4 letters, and starboard is a captain in Battlestar Galactica. I mean, you makes a good argument. Normally, I remember that starboard is left, or is right, because it has an R in it. But also port has an R in it, so I don't know where I'm getting that idea from.
Lay in the course.
I used to play a lot of Sea of Thieves.
Macro cannon, volley!
He's gonna have shields entirely up here, yeah. Now, I guess the question is, do I turn and hit him with that? Or do I turn and hit him with that?
The time has come.
Beep beep.
This one's
Plasma drive explosion. It's like, I get the hell out of here, man. That's a rogue trader. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that I cannot catch up to this dude.
onward.
Unless, I mean, I don't know what the range of this gun is like. Yeah, not that good. Let's turn it back around. I think this blows up at the end of this turn. Yeah, it do. Ooh, I wonder if I restart shields, will it regenerate that shield I shot? Question. Shields will be restored at the beginning of the next turn, yet until then, all shields are completely downed. Also, the ship's movement is immediately halted. Can only be used during the push phase. Good noted. Ah, you're so close.
Please.
Kerblam!
Congratulations, Lord Captain.
All right. I don't dislike that. It reminds me of a simplified Battlefleet Gothic that's turn-based instead of the insanity that's Battlefleet Gothic Armada 2. You know, I really like Battlefleet Gothic Armada. I think the ship combat in that is like one of the better spaceship combats I've dealt with. The turn base is a little bit weird, but it just forces you to like think a step ahead. If I were a Cobra destroyer, I met a cruiser, light cruiser with that armament, I'd run too. Yeah. Some slow missiles. Yeah, the missiles are a bit. It feels like the missiles, if you don't turn them, should be able to go really far, but if you do turn them, should have like less movement, maybe. Beep bop boop bop beep bop boop bop. Commander, hello. Hello again. Feeling blah? A little under the weather? Oh, I see. This is just showing how much we're getting empire-wide. Small human dwelling stands on this barren, deserted planet. Scouts report that an old hermit lives here who spends his days in prayers to the Emperor. Ask the old hermit for a blessing. To the Lord Captain's surprise, the old hermit turned out to be a navigator, and when the old man discovered the noble status of his visitor, he willingly recounted his tale. Retreated to this planet long ago, back when he was still in his youth, and he realized his mind could not withstand the frequent forays into the Imperium, the realms of the arch-enemy. The hermit spoke with pride about how he had worshipped the Emperor each and every moment of his life, but when he mentioned the golden light of the Astronomicon, his voice quivered. When his guests left, he stared at them for a long time, his gaze filled with sadness. Interesting. A drifting void ship. It is, again, very much like the Rogue Trader PnP RPG, which I like a lot. Let me know that I'm not the only person to ever read those rulebooks. We've had a couple people come in today who have been like, heck yeah, Rogue Trader. I got a Rogue Trader game on the go. I've been playing, my sci-fi TTRPG has been the Aliens TTRPG, which is very, very good and spooky. Hi, Mona. You coming in for some pets? You want to say hi to chat today? I think we have a visitor. Come on up. Yeah, good kitty cat. Say hi to everybody. This is Mona. She's our stream cat. She likes to come in and say hi every stream. Oh, No, she's running away. She's wild. She's a wild monster. Oh, this is an actual thing. And we've leveled up. We have level loops. Well, before we do that, should we get some classes on the go? So I don't think I can level up fighter anymore. My understanding here is that we've maxed it. So we can become an assassin, a veteran. We can't become a strategist or a vanguard. The veteran makes an attack with a weapon different from the last one they used. They gain a stacking bonus. AP increase. I mean, it'd be nice to know anything about the classes. This is definitely some basic info right now. I'm going to guess that the veteran is like the upgraded soldier. I'm thinking Vanguard. This sounds like a bit of a tankier character, maybe. Maybe we should go Assassin. You know what? We are playing criminal. Let's just do it. I'm going to take it. So we've gained Extermination Mark. Marks a single enemy with a personal extermination mark with activates next turn. They trigger the mark for 10 times my perception bonus damage, and then the mark disappears. What's my perception? Perception? Perception. 45. I mean, that's a good stat. Why not? Take it. You, I'm going to make a Vanguard. Unyielding Beacon. Wall of Rockcrete. The Vanguard and their allies within 3 cells gain Unyielding Beacon temporary wounds. Gains a bonus to parry until their next turn. If the Vanguard is attacked by a melee weapon, they perform up to 2 parries. It's pretty good. I'm going to take defensive stance. He's our tank. Adira. I mean, you're a psyker, so giving you strategist seems right. All allies within a defined area gain bonus to their rate of fire with all weapons. That would be good considering she's often in the back. Psi rating 3. Each level of Psi rating gives the psyker access to new psychic powers. It also empowers the damaging psychic powers. That's pretty good. I could make her a better psyker, or I could make her a better sniper. Kind of is the thing. I'm going to give her a better psyker. Not a big fan of turn-based CRPGs. They play so slow and tend to be too easy. I mean, man, the Pathfinder games were brutally hard. Like, every fight was a slog. Especially on the higher difficulties. The thing is that with these games, with the Owlcat games, is you can really adjust how difficult you want them to be. I mean, right now for this alpha, there's like normal difficulty and core difficulty, but in like Wrath of the Righteousness, man, you can select so many different options that you can change to be like, oh, I like this, but I don't like this. I like this, but I don't like that. So you can set it to be the way you feel, you know? What you want. Cassia, I'm going to make you a strategist as well, but I'm going to make you the kill zone strategist, or the 2 to rate of fire, parry, absorption, cover effectiveness. Oh, that's interesting. All enemies in this area take up. I'm going to take this rate of fire because I feel like we often have a bunch of people on the back with guns. And so that works well. We have one strategist and one not strategist. Veteran is a great choice for you. I wonder, are there like tier 3 careers? Can you pet any doggos in this game? Not that I've seen yet. Are there dogs in 40k? I feel like I don't know if that's even a... I guess there must be. I feel like you don't hear about animals much in the 40k universe. Real-time playing with no pause, good difficulty toggle. Ah, so they don't... This is the first... it's only turn-based combat in this. They've taken out the real-time turn thing that they had in the previous games. Poison runs through mechanical veins. The path of your goal seems easy as long as you don't turn back. Fire rages.
If there are no dogs you can pet, they aren't getting my money.
No dogs, no money. Again, I just don't know. A symbol inscribed in blood. What kind of blood? What kind of symbol? Goods. Goods. How do I get there?
Do you see that?
Make a pass with explosives.
Yes.
Oh, Idra, you need to get out of there. This could go badly.
And
It went okay. Demo check succeeded. 54 out of 55. Wow, literally passed that by a single point.
oh, come on.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the irony.
Uh-oh.
Over.
Here we go. Like, there's no way we blew open the wall. No way I'm not getting in here. A fire grenade and a medikit. Well, I'll take it all. The ship is breathing like a living and terribly sick creature. You know, I got this feeling like I should have taken the tech priest with us on this one. Oh, a mad tech priest. The priest whose body is covered in symbols carved into metal and flesh is whispering words of prayer.
Victory awaits.
Definitely should have brought the tech priest. She spots a trap. Where?
I won't tolerate weakness.
You can see like chaos creeping in on the floor here as well.
Nothing escapes my sight.
Hello, hello. What's all this then?
None shall stand in my way.
Aha, that's where you spotted the trap.
Some choose wealth.
There are
others
squigs.
prefer
They're
power.
kind of like a dog.
And me? Well, I'm not that picky. I'll take both. One and it's done.
Successfully disarms the trap. Nice. Good
Follow
job.
my lead.
Good job. Applies a -10 penalty per perception to all enemies affected by this ability. Taunting Scream. Let's give it to you. Yes! Are you who I want to have that? Or am I who I want to have that? I am one of the main tanks, aren't I? Voss pattern torpedo tubes. Why do I have them all of a sudden? I'm gonna take this. Put this on my guy. Think about animals in 40k, they exist, but they tend to differ wildly between worlds. Like a few with humans have just shipped to literally every planet they're on. Cats exist, dogs exist. I know like cat people also exist. Uh-oh. Oh, Omnisaya, the hour is upon us. Making you see faces and twisted in a scream in stains in the metal.
won't tolerate weakness.
All right. Well, this has got chaos all over it for sure. Clutching the soldering iron in his left hand, the priest casually solders the contacts on his implant in his right hand to the panel.
None shall stand
This place
in my
is
way.
creepy as hell, let me tell you. No worries, I shall provide you a tech priest of your own. Atavistic to me that newer CPRPGs go turn-based like Baldur's Gate and Rogue Trader.
Victory
I mean,
awaits.
like I will say, I played Kingmaker the old way, and then when they released the turn-based RPG, like the turn-based mode, I was like, this is so much better to play it in, personally. Okay, so this whole floor is electric.
That wasn't so difficult.
The behavior of the Transformers was caused by a common mechanical malfunction. It's possible that the cause is of supernatural origin. I mean, like, I'm electrocuted if I go across this, right?
Did you want something?
What advice do you seek? Ugh, my ears are ringing.
Yes. How do I solve?
It's about time.
Maybe I need to go back and do the other room first. That did a sizable amount of damage to us. Also, it applied 2 stacks of unyielding beacon. A formidable looking door blocks the way into the next module. It is covered in scritches as if someone clawed at the cold metal for a very, very long time. The door does not respond to your touch and stands fast, refusing to open. The writing above the doorway reads, Main Computing Cathedral. Tick 15. Inspect the door mechanism. Failed. It's at 100% chance. The intricate mechanism does not reveal its secrets to you. Whatever's keeping the door shut, it can be perverted sorcery or a simple breakdown. You cannot be certain. The wall panels by the door bear numerous scratches, 5 in a row resembling claw marks. Here and there you see the occasional sparks and crackling of the damaged wires behind them. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I guess someone is just running across this electrical grid. Is this really my plan? Like, this thing lights up, which makes me think I could use it to turn this off, but doesn't seem to be the case.
I'm at your service.
1, 2, 3, go.
If such is the Emperor's...
Oh yeah, this is totally cool. I'm totally okay with this place. It's just an average normal ship. Ain't nothing weird going on here. No siree. Definitely didn't give me the freightins, the spookums.
Look no further. Careful now.
Gonna use up that med kit. Give you another one, I guess.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
Perhaps a strange vision was just a trick of the mind. Check failed. Great.
I
So
won't
nothing.
tolerate
There's nothing. There's no. Don't worry about it. It's not creepy warp stuff. It was just a trick of the mind. We're feeling stressed out on this spooky void ship. It's nothing weird. It's just void stuff. Sure, a trick of the mind. Cursed flesh, you betray me. I'm drowning in the mire of flesh and sinew, but my spirit longs for the perfection of the machine. I feel you, man. Me too. You are in need of a ritual protocol of repair. We will mend you. Yes, we will mend you.
None shall stand in my way.
Okay, I think all those things just opened up. Hello,
new
regular,
challenge
not
for me?
mad tech priest.
Shields me.
It hit me. Traps. Priest eyes are completely empty. I renounce the weakness of my flesh. I offer my prayer to the machine so that you may stand before your body, O Omnisaya.
The whispers told me how.
Augmented gloves, plus 10 bonus to weapon skill tests. Yes, I'll take all of those. Yes, indeed I will. Who uses guns all the time? You do. Weapon skill 40. Oh, it's crazy. This guy also has crazy weapon skills. Oh, wait. Close quarters combat is weapon skill. So that, I actually want to be him. He's gonna donk with that hammer now. The metal feels a little warm and somewhat moist to the touch.
To the stars.
Remarkably similar to living skin. One of us. Compressor hall main cogitator. Invalid system pressure parameters. Expected value 10. New system pressure is 4. 5. Damn it.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
Looks like you're going in again, Adelherd. Invalid value. 7. 9. So that's 7, that's 2. That's 5.
Join me in prayer.
That's 1. Oh, I got it. Did I? Nailed it. I'm so good at puzzles. Horseshoe up my butt. Aye. Rolled a 95 on a 70. Maybe let's have everybody move
Should I
back.
divine our next step? The future is never
God, if
certain.
only I had some sort of tech priest. Oh, somebody else has to make the roll, do they?
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis.
50,
and weigh every
30,
step. Sometimes
40.
though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
An expected result.
Very good. What a weird trick of the mind. Could have sworn I just saw a bunch of bodies all over this room impaled on spikes. Definitely not, though. There's nothing weird on this ship. And I quote, he is our tank. He can take lightning, he can take poison, he can take anything, man. The big threat is there's gonna be a boss fight at the end of this. Now my sniper's all wounded. I guess we have to go back here. And this will probably open now. Wait a minute.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Oh no. Oh no. I ran in half cocked. Uh-oh. Mad Logis, Servitors, Mad Technomats, a Mad Magos. Herald of the Taint.
Rejoice in battle!
You definitely seem like something I don't want running. 50% if I hit it twice. I get 3 shots.
I'll do it.
Eradicated.
That just felt like it was gonna
Doubt
be
is for the weak.
a bad time if I let it live. Yeah, and to no surprise, these servitors are chonky boys.
I'll do it.
And I'm all wounded. Yo, jeez. Oh, and I can't get her out of this combat either. Uh-oh. Well, oh, there's another one of those things up here. I think I'm gonna put the grand stratagem
I am a
here.
navigator, not a servitor.
And I am gonna do one of these because I can hit some of those guys up in the back as well.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
It's not perfect, but I'm gonna have to take it.
Enjoy your luck while you still draw breath.
This is so bad. I'm in such a bad position for this fight. Like my navigator in the front fighting servitors. Oy, oy,
My
oy.
tactics are flawless.
All right, let's cut these
Nothing
two.
I can't do.
Good
I'll
gravy.
pass.
Can I don't know. Can I charge? I guess not. I dare say you're just stuck. And none of these guys can get around either. God, gravy. Okay, hold on though. If I go here and I thunderhammer here.
I will do my duty.
Splat! I love thunderhammer.
It will be done.
And then I'll give him defensive stance so he can parry if these servitors happen to come in. I'm mostly worried about the fact that like there's a bunch of guns up there. And I can't really get most people around. You have the ability to take a bajillion shots, but you do very extremely low damage and you're not in cover.
This battlefield air is good for my lungs.
So it's gonna have to start with that. And unfortunately, I think those two are in the way if I make that shot.
Am I getting paid for this? They'll write legends about me.
Heroic time. Hope you're having fun on this great alpha. I've been enjoying it a lot so far. We've gotten off the first planet. And now we're
I can do that with the right incentive.
fighting a bunch of mad
Don't
tech
get
priests,
too cocky. Going somewhere.
which have me scared to death right now.
You've got a problem.
It's
I've
been
got
really
a
enjoyable
price.
though. Ooh, so close. Can you kill him?
Tell me, and it is done.
Oh,
Heck
you're
yeah.
no fun.
That's my bae. You don't have a lot of other great shots.
Am
guess
I
I'll
getting
take that.
paid for this? Whoa! I want a medal for that one.
Damn, man. She gets a ton of ammo.
I can do that with the right incentive.
All right. Yeah, we
You've
do a
got a
shot on the
problem?
run. And we
I've got
take
a
one more.
prize. Tell me, and it is done.
So many shots. All right, unfortunately, these two dudes are out of cover big time. Herald of the Taint. I know, right? What a name. Sounds promising. You can traverse the warp without a navigator, but it's certainly not advised. Be very, very difficult to do. Ow. I did so much damage. Ow, 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 ow. Ah, okay. Idira. You go here.
What is this foreboding?
This is not ideal. Here's your study weakness. Study enemies. How can you not get both of those tech priests in one of these?
Anything else?
I want to hit this guy.
But of course.
Miss! Miss! You gotta be kidding me. What did Navigator would tell you, so clearly it's all conspiracy? It's just a conspiracy by Big Navigator, that's all it is. Turns out anyone can fly. It's not really a big issue. 8% on that shot, but 50% on this shot.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
And I get 3 of them. And they all missed.
I need targets, not guidance.
You know what?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
No? All right. I thought maybe I could get him out of cover with that flamer, but apparently not gonna happen. Let's put you
Emperor, give me
back
strength.
here. And I think
If I
I'm
may.
not worried about the servitor. I am worried about this chump's cover. Can I?
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Give her another turn. And let
I'll
her
do
just keep
it.
taking shots at this guy. God, this guy's cover is the worst. No, this looks bad. Oh, that was real bad. Oh, no, no, no,
Yes.
no, 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 no. Oh, she's so dead.
Ill fortune has found me.
Blessed are those who sacrifice for the Imperium.
Good gravy, Miss Daisy.
Forge ahead!
All right, here's how this is gonna go. We're gonna cut this guy in half.
Easy.
I said we're gonna
I
cut this
don't
guy
have
in
time
half.
for this.
How come before I've used that like multiple times in a single fight?
Already done. Curse you, miscreant!
Oh god.
Suits my purposes.
We have so many rooms to fight through here, and we're already in such rough shape. You have the
Field
med kit.
medicine at its finest.
So I'm assuming she's not dead, she's just wounded. To be honest, I don't know that for certain. Hey, yo, let's go here.
At your beck and call. Ha! An
These guys are
exemplary
chonky,
strike.
chonky boys. I could do that, but then I'm out of cover.
Victory is imminent.
That and the whispering you heard in your head is just your imagination. Nothing bad's happening. Can always cruise between the stars the old-fashioned way. You might not arrive, but your grandchildren will. I mean, that sounds like it works. Right.
I can do that
Guess
with the
I'm just
right
gonna take it.
incentive.
I hate that shooting kills your
Don't get too
movement.
cocky.
What do I got? I got 2 shots. You're never gonna hit that. Let's be greedy.
I can do that with the right incentive.
That does not do enough damage. Oh god. Oh god.
Salt!
Oh lord. Oh, there's another servitor back here as well. God, jumping, dying.
High momentum.
Good news is that she has the million shot ability right now.
As the Emperor commands, I
And that's his cover blow.
act. I am his will made manifest. I'll do it.
Eat
Faith
altar.
without deeds is worthless.
Little trash goblin.
Doubt is for the weak. For you, my Emperor. I will not.
Okay. Now we cooking. You can't hit any of those guys? No? What if... Can I blast them with that? No, I can get up and around that area, but not all of it. Oh, here we go. If I take shot on the run,
I'll do it.
I should gain more move points. Should give me a shot on him.
Guided by faith.
I'll take
As
it.
the Emperor commands, I act.
Flat.
That is not the Emperor's will.
Like I shot him
I
into a
refuse.
wall and knocked him over. Random 3137, thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome to the agency. Ah, Cassia. That servitor is not an immediate threat. If I move here, I can at least take a shot at these guys.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
You're killing me. You're absolutely killing me, darling.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Yeah, okay. I was like, what, that guy didn't trigger an attack of opportunity for my rogue trader? Come on. You ain't gonna do me dirty like that.
Nothing I can't do.
Smack. I am confused, because normally he can do this multiple times around.
I'll pass.
And I don't know if I just used an ability on him
Suits
before to
my
trigger that
purposes.
effect. Tell you what, I'm also going to put an
Not a
extermination
problem
mark on
for
this guy. That's our new assassin ability. And heck,
Nothing I can't do.
if I can't do anything else but wait for him to move and get an attack of opportunity, there's a forceful strike on him as well. I guess you'll move here in case that servitor stands up.
Tell me, and it is done.
Great, good shot.
I can do that with the right incentive.
What happened there? Oh, that was
You've
second
got a
wind.
problem, I've got a
Oops.
price.
Doing shot on the run.
Don't get too cocky. Never cross a Kazbalikan.
And
Value has been lost.
bada bang. Okay. And everyone's back to full HP at the end of a battle?
I won't tolerate weakness.
I'm not going to say no, but I am a little confused. Marksman rifles. Pack the rest as cargo. That seems a lot better, doesn't it? Like, her burst of fire never hits. It barely hits for any damage. This does literally double damage, and it has 3 penetration and an extra 5 range. Ah, the only problem is it only has 5 max ammo, but... like, I'd almost rather her as a sniper.
None shall stand in my way.
I was hoping you'd still be on the road shooter when I got back. What's your opinion after 6 hours? I'm really liking it. I'm having a lot of fun. This is an even better rifle. It's been very enjoyable. It's like a really good CRPG. There's lots to see, lots to explore. It does some stuff really cool. I hope they put more classes in. There's a little bit of like tweaking here and there that they could do, but there's obviously like also a lot of things that are just like not in the alpha yet, you know? Even like the skill trees don't have everything really written in them. What happened to that sniper rifle? 14 to 18. Okay, the marksman rifle ignores 10% dodge, but this also gets precise shot. It just seems like a better version. Yeah. All right, so we got 2 snipers, a bolter gun.
What is that?
Ah, damn it. Looks like we got a bunch of more tainty boys in here.
It's about time.
Did I mention that my whispers tell me jokes? Jokes that once said aloud make your eyes bleed and blood curdle. Talk about black comedy.
Black.
I'll warn you if I hear anything.
Black.
Anything else?
Nailed it. 1011010101010. Code of Tainted Blessing. Boy, do we ever not have a lot of cover here.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I am concerned about this. That's a servitor. There's only 1 sniper on that side. There's 2 on this side.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
She's really soft, so I don't really want her going in by herself.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Let's see how we do. Wonder what food is like in the 42nd millennium. Do they sell chocolate cake? Probably. They always refer to coffee as just like caffeine. The food doesn't seem too bad. I mean, you get some glop, but I think they do have food. All right, there's a lot of things in here. Am I just going to send you into dual servitors? That seems like a bad idea. But at the same time, it also kind of seems like it's my only choice.
Let's see how they respond to this. Suits my purposes.
Get rid of this.
Watch and learn.
That looks like it's going to do damage to me. I tell you what, I'm going to use Endure.
Absolutely not.
And I'm going to use Assassin's Merc on this servitor because he's for sure going to fight me. Oh, 101.
Curse you, miscreant!
101. And then I'm actually going to line you up here. and just have you plop this dude in the back if you can. Ooh, or even better. How much does this bounce? 3 cell radius. 1, 2, 3. So if I hit him...
Will do.
It didn't do as well as I'd hoped.
Tell me, and it is done.
What? Did no damage to him? Do the Vox skulls protect them, maybe?
I can do that with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this?
Oh no. Oh no. Scrap code melee protocols. Soylent Green ever come into favor? Ooh, I don't know. This guy also got melee protocols? Oh, thank God, a dodge. Concern, a true servant of the Emperor does not need to be concerned. I live in a state of constant concern. Ooh. I don't understand. Why does everything say I'm not doing any damage to it?
I'll do it.
Seems to work.
Doubt is for the weak. I need targets, not guidance.
Aye. Abelard, my boy. It's too forward. I could go here. You're tanking an awful lot of bullets if I do that, though. But also, is that not what you do,
A tactically
guys?
sound approach.
And I quote, he is our tank.
I will do my duty.
Hammer time! Yeah, again, this guy didn't take any damage. So they got something
At your beck and
going
call.
on right now. From these Vox skulls or these Heralds or a combination of the two, I'm not sure. Parry?
Ugh.
No, come on.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Oh my God, he's not parrying anything. All of these fights are a mess. Normal human won't even dream of chocolate cake in the 31st millennium. A rogue trader, he has all the cake he wants. Yeah, I think you've nailed it right there. What is expected? What is reasonable?
Isn't this
all
a
right.
job for the serfs?
Get rid of him, and we're not being flanked. If we drop an objective secured right here,
I'm afraid not.
right here,
In the name of House Orcelio, I
that's
shall
really
prevail.
good.
Do not dare ask.
Can't reach any of them, can you?
If
You
I
reach
may.
you. We can give her a bonus shot.
Anything else?
God damn it. Adira. Just get wailed on by servitors.
Brace yourself.
How did that guy get
Abelard.
another turn before I got to go? God damn.
Not sure if this has been mentioned before, but the binary from the Herald reads a race in binary.
But the binary from the Herald reads a race. Oh, cool. That has not been mentioned.
Already done.
That guy already has execution mark, but we missed him.
Not a problem for me.
So I guess we'll just trigger another one of these for now, because that's really all I can do. I don't know what these heralds are doing, but I think it's making them invincible. Yeah, I'm pretty much certain of it at this point.
On it. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Our poor guy here desperately needs some help. Can I get a study?
Anything else?
I'll take it. And there's so many like fox skulls, servo skulls running around here. Jay, even though you have a sniper rifle, I'm gonna have you move up. What is your other weapon? A pistol and a flamer. You know what? Yes. Yes, let's do that. Why do you not do damage to anybody?
I can do that with the right incentive.
You gotta be kidding me.
You've got a problem. I've got a prize.
Let's try that again.
I can
She
do
gets the
that
kill, she gets the
with
whole
right
turn back.
incentive.
She does not. Oh no. He needs to heal so bad. Does anybody have a medkit that they could use? I think this is the thing. I took the tech priest out, and I'm pretty sure he's the only one who actually gets a med kit, like a usable on other people med kit. All of these guys are taking 0 damage.
I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer.
You unlocked excellence. Let's
In
go.
thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Okay, no, it's still doing damage. It's just not reading it right.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I need targets,
Blow
not
it up.
guidance. I'll do it.
Blow it up.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
50% to hit this guy. 95 if we go here.
Doubt is for the weak.
Well, that's at least going to help him a little bit.
I'll do it.
God, what a mess.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Took a 15% shot on that box skull. What a fool am I. All right. You... Okay, you can use these on people next to you.
The healing is much appreciated.
Oh my god. Get this a little bit closer than I would have liked. I also need to just like get into cover here. If I go here...
It will be done.
Yeah, see, they're getting some kind of
Indeed.
like temporary HP or something like that from the taint voices. Repair! Come on. Go, for the love of God. This is a brutal fight. That is her objective secured. Which I'm gonna be honest, I think I'm gonna stack an overwhelming stratagem in here as well.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Because it will boost all those people. And god damn, I guess we're taking 25% shots on box skulls with sniper rifles. Ow. Yeesh.
Just a minor setback.
He's fine. Don't worry about it.
All
He's doing
too
great.
easy.
Stab.
Nothing I can't do.
And I guess
Already done.
extermination mark.
Not a problem for me.
I guess you might as well stack as many of those as possible. I don't know if there's any reason not to use all of your abilities. Okay, we need to shoot that guy with the sniper rifle for sure. But I would also really like to zap some of these skulls. Okay, if I go here.
I know what is to come.
And then 0% it says.
Was that you? Or
I don't understand. Sniper rifle. Shoot.
Me?
How do you not have line of
Never
sight?
in a
It's
thousand sectors.
flying up the wall.
Tell me, and it is done.
God damn it.
Don't get too cocky.
Shot on the run. Take another shot.
I can do that with the right incentive.
And an even worse percentage. God, they keep buffing the servitors too. Buffing and healing. That's a 95. Like, this is the guy who needs to be saved right now. That's a 44.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I have a theory here, which is if I do this.
I need targets, not guidance. I will not. Doubt is for the weak.
Actually, I don't think she's in. She best. You gotta be kidding. Blah. All right, this guy is gonna do the double hammer
At
bonk,
your beck and call.
which is gonna do no damage again.
It will be done.
So he's just gonna. Honestly, I'm just gonna charge a box
Victory is
skull.
imminent. Reduced to dust.
Apparently, the box skulls just need to be just donned. All incoming damage reduces the fighter's TOU bonus. The fighter also strikes back when receiving attacks and guards allies within a radius of 3.
No matter the cost.
I don't know if that's gonna matter, but it's all I can do. Yes?
I've suffered worse.
Parry?
My ears are ringing.
He's just gonna shoot him. Go. I think he did take an attack of opportunity at the very least.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
All right. I could do one of these, but it's gonna hit him.
Isn't this a job for the stars?
Oh my god. What gun does she use that... The marksman rifle, it shoots through people? Oh, because penetration 3. He's starting to understand.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Yeah, she's in a really bad spot.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
We're gonna pump up the rate of fire bonus on that. Any news on Hasbula? We haven't played any Dwarf Fortress today. We'll be back on Wednesday with the DF.
I'll revert to more conservative tactics.
Oh, he's in bad trouble.
Suits my purposes.
Kill. Yes.
Nothing I can't do.
Get me closer.
Suits my purposes.
Come here, you
All
son of a
too
gun.
easy.
Can you hit it? You can. But you can also zap.
But of course.
Like this.
Hey, now's not the time to lie around.
Cool. I did not think that would happen. I guess it's the heroic charge that doesn't hit enemies. It doesn't hit allies. God damn it. Here we go.
You've got a problem, I've got a prize.
Light two of them on fire.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Kill the other thing.
Am I getting paid for this?
Ah, that would have killed him because he would have burned to death. At least servitors are slow. All right. My Adeptus sister. I don't have a lot of good look for your shots here. To say it, but I think I'm just gonna go like this.
Be the fire in my heart. Each strike is a prayer.
And if I can
Faith without deeds is worthless.
maybe get over here. Yes, perfect. 59, 15, 65, just shoot him. Damn. No, it's so XCOM sometimes. The game really, the combat really gives you a feeling of XCOM. I will say that without a moment's hesitation.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
The XCOM vibes are big and true.
If I may.
Give you a turn.
I can do that.
Just
with
to
the right
light this guy
incentive.
up. Save us from being shot too badly here.
I will endure.
Yeah, I think this yellow is temporary health that they're getting.
Already done.
You're finally dealt with.
Suits my purposes.
Will do.
Yes, that's finally dealt with. You don't have a shot on anybody if you go there. If you go here.
Tell me, and it is done.
Okay, so something like a Vox Skull is good for just basically any of the AoE weapons.
I can do that with the
So
right
like I can't
incentive.
hit it with a pistol. Like 15% chance with a pistol, but
Am I getting paid
guaranteed
for this?
with the flamer. Which makes it a pretty easy sell. And
I will bathe
you're
this
only not allowed to
battlefield in
shoot
righteous
if they have a
fury.
melee weapon. Ooh, and this is 4 shots right now.
I need targets, not guidance. This is why I was chosen.
Righteous fury.
As the Emperor commands, I act. That is not the Emperor's will.
You got a shot on him? You go back here, do you?
Rejoice in battle. Faith without deeds is worthless.
So close. And yet so far away.
If only that were possible.
You're out of ammo. This is 6 shots at 2%? You gotta be kidding me. And reloading takes everything. I mean, I could just do a lidless stare. Yeah, why the hell
Isn't
not?
this a job for the serfs?
Blow you up with psychic powers is what I'm gonna do. Dude, my god, the battles are getting violent. Crazy. He is our tank. He loves taking it. Alright. It's like one more battle left in this place, it looks like. Trap.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Would
2
you look at
traps.
that?
Maybe more. Let's move back a little bit.
Did you want something?
Cherie,
She's my demo.
my pleasure. What a shame.
None shall stand
And
in
that's
my
why
way.
we send in one
The
person at a
whispers will
time.
be a
Uh-oh.
Ready as always.
Dragging burning enemies through a cloud of poisonous gas. Nobody can say you haven't mastered Sun Tzu's art of
minor
war.
setback.
Hilariously, that giant cloud of poisonous gas is actually like a defensive fog.
Attention to detail is
A
the
new
key.
That's like
challenge for me.
beneficial for us.
Something of interest.
See? Right there.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Let's make a deal. I love to lead.
And you're gonna go there, and there, and there, and there. I'm gonna guess there's probably another one of those traps, so just in case. Be real
A
careful. here.
job for me. Ah, what a shame.
It's about time.
She had the disarm panel and everything. Enter the main computing cathedral. From the temptation of the flesh,
I'll
silica
lay claim
cleanse
to the
us.
stars.
From the weakness of the mind, Omniscience, save us. Good day, Mad Tech Priest. The air in the room is permeated by a wild mixture of miasmas of both mechanical and biological origin. Blood, rust, vomit, machine oil, excrement, kerosene. All these smells blend together in such a thick stench it almost feels palpable. Just as the air here is one mad tangle of odors, the device in front of you is a mishmash of wriggling wires and transplanted fragments. In all the clutter, one could almost miss the main component, a heavily augmented man whose upper body is embedded into the frame of the machine, dozens of wires piercing his flesh. Crust of congealed blood and other bodily fluids covers the man's entire body, but his eyes are open and his gaze is keen. The gaze is turned to you, devoid of surprise or deference. Who are you, disturbing the peace of holy martyrs in our home of grief? What do you want? You've been consumed by madness or worse, chaos, sorcery. If you don't come to your senses, your fate is sealed. This is like a 40% chance. Who are you? Servant of the Omniscience, acolyte of the machine, and a keeper of corruption. What happened to your ship? There is no ship, there's only purgatory, a world of evil made to harrow and torture those who follow the Omniscience. I've already killed many of my brethren, but those who remain are strong, so very strong. I really wish we had the Tech Priest here with us. I've accepted a higher calling, only one among my brethren to do so as to keep the evil at bay with prayers and sacred symbols engraved on their traitorous flesh. I take this evil inside myself. I imbibe sin and evil as one does water. They can do me no harm, for I am the eye of sanctity. I am the sacred filter, the link that protects other parts of the machine from this caustic taint. For as long as I remain here, the corruption will not prevail. Seen similar symbols, caught a warped glimpse of them in my dreams, whenever the warp wormed its way into them and whispered about its virulent gift. I duped these lunatics were given visions of these runes by their god. This we have a slightly better chance at, 60%. The signs are clear as day. You and your brethren have fallen prey to the forces of chaos and don't even realize it. You're not just ignorant, your words are disgraceful and dangerous. Could you be servants of lies and deceptions? Come to halt the work of the sacred filter? Enough! Leave me and my toys alone.
Take a knee and bow before me.
What? A demon engine? Oh, we are 100% dead. Oh, Christ. Cassia, you have to do this lidless stare, even though it puts you right in the line of fire. I'm sorry.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I don't know what the hell our plan is here. Do we have any cover? There's a little bit up here.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
If I may.
Alright, so she's stuck. God damn, do I purge? What do I do here? We killed the servitors, which is great. And not the servitors, but the Vox bric-a-brac. Argenta, you could probably get back into some half cover here. I don't actually know like what's worth killing first. Is half the screwed up thing here. %4,000% dodge. That can't be right.
I'll do it.
I think I'm actually gonna pop these guys.
Stout is for the weak.
Just because I can't have them coming up on
I
us.
need targets, not guidance.
Oh my gosh. Just face tank it. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, I don't, what do you think Abelard is gonna do? I don't know if you know this, but he is our tank. Jay, let's get you in the back with that sniper rifle.
Don't get too cocky. Jai Haydari. Remember the name. I can do that
Shut
with the
up.
right
Run.
incentive.
What does precise shot do? Just double weapon effective range. Yeah. Okay.
You've got a problem. I've got a prize.
Nice, nice. Okay. He's definitely gonna have some crazy brutal flamethrower attack, which I'm really not looking forward to. Rogue trader.
Never
You're gonna come in
wavered in
here.
the face of adversity.
Lore warp 20 DC. I'm gonna have you put an extermination mark on him,
Not a problem for me.
and then you're gonna swing your blade. Actually, hold on. So that takes 2. Forceful strike.
Too easy. Not my specialty.
Now you're gonna swing your blade.
Already done.
And then you're gonna use Daring Breach to restore all action points.
Incarnate.
And you're gonna just start hacking
my
away at him.
purposes.
1,
Nothing I can't do.
2,
All too easy.
3. Go, Rogue Trader, go!
Already done.
I believe in you. All right, now you're probably gonna die. Good luck. Adira. I'm gonna bring you down here
There is movement
in
in the
full cover.
Imperium.
And what do you have? You have Frag Grenade. Deals 20 explosive damage with a pen of 4. Damage reduced by 3 and penetration reduced by 1 for each cell further than the epicenter. So if I was to throw that directly on the demon engine. But you know what? I can do other things too. Misfortune.
On it.
Reduce its dodge chance. Oh no, now I don't have enough AP. All right, we'll just take a shot. God, it's got so much hit points. And then I'm gonna have this guy basically just go for the flank.
Follow my lead. That's not the seneschal's job.
Can you even hit it?
Indeed.
Okay. Good luck.
I will do my
defensive stance. Unholy rage. Double miss. Oh my god, we double dodged him. Dip, duck, dodge, dive, and dodge some more.
Step aside. The
We're gonna go over
navigator
here.
is coming.
Who is taking the most shots? You take shots. You sometimes psycher. You take shots and I take shots. You know what? Let's
Me?
do it here.
If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Bonus turn with action points. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
I'm
I'd
not
rather her
accustomed
shoot
to being
with the
ordered
bolter
around.
than the sniper, than Cassie with the sniper rifle. I feel like she's gonna do more damage. 55, I guess.
I'll do it. I'm enraged.
Did it just get another turn in the middle of my turn? I'm very confused. It must have like legendary actions or something like that. Oh god. Okay, so here's the thing. Because of this marksman thing I have on, I can shoot 7 times at it. But if I don't shoot behind, if I don't shoot from here, no, sorry, only if I'm standing in this blue square will it work.
Guided by faith.
I wanna, yes, 100%, 7 shots.
As the Emperor commands, I act. With you, my Emperor.
Let's go, bolter! So I used the navigator's bulwark ability to increase rate of fire, and then I used her other ability to like enhance the rate of fire even more. So she got an extra 4 shots with the bolter using full auto. So she fired 7 bolter rounds at 100% chance to hit. That was sick. That was amazing. That was such a good kill. That was evil incarnate, evil corruption that watches us night and day. You have succumbed to chaos and paid for your weakness. The flesh is weak, the spirit stronger. The spirit reaches out to the machine.
My luck ran out.
Level ups for everybody. We got a Cloak of Hatred. +1 bonus to movement, as well as an additional +1 AP regen. It reduces our wounds. A Sinister Diary. +6 bonus to warp tests, but a -6 penalty to willpower tests. That's a cool trade-off. And then the rest of that goes into the cargo.
Lesson learned.
Signs indicate that the monster is dead. Check failed. Anybody else want to try that test? I guess not. Ooh. Increases Medicaid by 10.
Victory awaits.
That's it, right? That's everything here. This was an extremely cool mini dungeon. Like, this was just like a void ship that we found. That was awesome, dudes. That was such a cool fight. I like that there really is a cool tactical element that feels a lot like XCOM in the way that those battles happen. Yeah, I really like that. That's super cool. But that's also all the time we have for today to look at this. We've actually gone over because I wanted to see what was at the end of that, and I am so glad we did.